Hello and welcome then, champions, to this week's ESL Go4Paladins Cup. It is the Europe Cup number 17. Sorry to cut you off there a little bit with the video. Got some issues on the back end of this stream, but will be quickly resolved, of course. It's been a while since our last English broadcast on account of DreamHack Valencia taking somewhat of a priority over that shift and the Paladins Summer premiere occurring. But myself, Hi-Res Vox, and I Hold Shift are back, and we're ready to get right back to it. For those of you new to the ESL Go4Paladins Cups, they're a monthly repeating circuit featuring a scaling prize pool of cash and in-game prizing of up to 400 euros every week. And each week, teams may participate in an open bracket tournament for a piece of this prize pool and Go4 points, which are accumulated in the monthly standings. At the end of each month, the top 8 teams in the region by the standings are invited into an 8-team monthly finals featuring a guaranteed cash prize pool of 500 euros. And Shift, OB54 is the patch for today's tournament. Leon has entered the realm. We're really excited to get back into it. So what are we seeing so far in this month of Go4 Cups? That's the really important question which I'm asking to you. We've got the standings available to you, but we've missed a couple of weeks of broadcast now. Can you catch us up on what's going on and how it's currently looking?
Well, of course, with a lot of the top teams getting prepared for everything happening in Valencia, as you mentioned, we've seen a kind of an absence from them, especially considering the fact that, as most of you know, Valencia was played on OB52, and with the drastic changes that came with 53 and 54, it kind of puts them in a spot where they didn't want to get bad practice when it comes down to getting ready for what is the major regional. So going through, you're going to see a couple familiar names, though, of course, with Flashpoint being one of the big dogs that keeps continually showing up, and WASD Sports, both of which are probably two of our favorites coming into today. And of course, we'll have a lot of names that I'm sure a lot of people are familiar with.
Absolutely, that's always the case, and it's always thrilling to see those names returning into the fight. For the time being, though, we don't want to keep you delayed any longer. We've got 28 teams signed up and 26 checked in for today's tournament, so we will be kicking broadcast off in the round of 32. We're going to have the very first matchup on your screens momentarily, but whilst we're at DreamHack Valencia Shift, we saw a bit of an interesting teaser for a brand new champion entering the realm. We've got Leon, who's recently joined us, and that's been really interesting to see how she's going to fit into the meta. She's very aim-based, and she's very precise, but there's something new on the horizon, and if you want to find out a little bit more about that, well, we're about to show you a sneak preview, as you may have seen during the Valencia stream, but also you can check out the patch preview, which is going to be occurring tomorrow on Twitch TV/Paladins game. Make sure you keep an eye on our social media to find out exactly when that goes live, and we'll see you back again with the first matchup in just a couple of minutes.
It's a good world. Good world gone bad.
one desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in the air, that's how I roll. I got tons of soul, I'm a true collectible. Famous, also famous, number one desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in the air, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, top of the world. Top of the world. Yeah, top of the world. Top of the world. Yeah, top of the world. Top of the world. Yeah, top of the world. Top of the world. Yeah, top of the world. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause you know I'm a superstar on the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate, it's a proof of how they love. They can bring me down, nah, nah, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. Royal, top of the world. Yeah, top of the world. Top of the world. Yeah, top of the world. Top of the world. Yeah, top of the world. Top of the world. Yeah, top of the
Hello and welcome then, champions, to the champion draft for the very first set in this week's ESL Go4Paladins Europe Cup. Of course, once again, it's Hi-Res Vox and I Hold Shift on the mics, and just to quickly go over this, it is Equality versus GG Easy, which you can see on your screens. We're off to the map of, if I'm not mistaken, Stone Keep, as you can see that now displayed on the bottom right-hand side of the drafting screen. And the champion bans are Ruckus and Willow here, so interesting to see Willow taken off the table this early into the tournament.
The Ruckus makes sense. Of course, we see he's been a priority for a lot of teams just across every facet of competitive play. But the Willow pick is really interesting, maybe knowing something that we don't. The Makoa, and then also Fernando being taken up very early. And again, this is interesting to see how much Fernando gets played with his new recent changes. He does bring a lot of extra damage to the table now and really kind of puts himself up in the tier list as far as a frontliner that has a major damage impact.
It'll be fascinating to see exactly how that does break out once we do get through into the game itself. As you mentioned as well, we've also got the teams on the table shift. We've got Equality on the right, GG Easy on the left, and so far GG Easy, after picking up the Makoa, are going in for an Eevee and a Cassie pick here, so they're getting some flank pressure online. That's a Mastery 25 Eevee. Seems relatively unput off by recent changes, which a lot of players have maybe claimed has reduced her flank potential with decreased blink distance.
Yeah, she's still annoying when it comes down to it. I mean, especially with the updated and faster projectile speed, it's a lot of damage that still is confirmed, even though there's not the bonus damage after blinking through. But still, I mean, Eevee can be that penetrator. We saw, of course, how Buck did so well at the Valencia doing that, just exactly that, being a distractor and being in the backline and being a menace. And Eevee is right up there with him as far as being annoying. And Cassie with it brings a lot of secure damage. This draft looks really pretty straightforward for the moment for GG Easy.
For the time being, we did actually see as well, you know, the Maldamba hovered there, but electing to get their damage online, giving that up, that goes through to the squad of Equality. GG Easy, they're going to finish their lineup off with a Lian, so the first time we're going to be seeing her, at least myself and Shift, in competitive play, and locking in at last a Ceres as well, by the looks of things. So that champion, the support online, Maldamba and Ceres, relatively stand as the top two pick supports in the current online scene.
Yeah, this will be really fun to see how much damage she is able to put out, especially being in the same ballpark as a Cassie and an Eevee. Of course, we've seen Cassie lately has put up some monster numbers when it comes to the damage charts. And to respond through, I like this pick a lot with the Ashe currently hovered over. And this would be really big, I think, just to, again, put someone into that backline as a bruiser. You already have the Fernando with you, the Bomb King and the Lex as well, so why not get somebody else who could be that main force of the front line, especially at Stone Keep. If you could establish yourself on point, there's really nobody better to do that than Ashe, and it really could put you just tilted in favor of that battle up front.
And there you have it, folks. The champion draft is ready. The players are set. We'll be heading into game number 1 on Stonekeep very shortly, so let us know your predictions in Twitch chat. And also keep your eyes peeled as well. We do have a giveaway for a Tyra Direwolf skin set going on, which Moobot will be posting a link to every 5 minutes or so. So make sure you sign up to that and keep your eyes on the lookout for a Gleam link if you're interested. And we'll see you in game number 1, Equality versus GG Easy on Stonekeep in just a moment. Hello and welcome back then, champions, to this Game 1 of the ESL Go4Paladins Europe Cup number 17. Equality versus GG Easy on your screens. Vox and Shift on the mic on Stonekeep, and let's dive straight into our legendary breakdown. That's right, folks, we do have the tab scoreboard available to us. We can see the legendaries, and it's going to be GG Easy starting things off. With E Super Real not running Mortal Reach Ceres, Uber Spady on Wormhole Eevee here, William Birkin running Pluck Makoa, Domage CZ on Precision Lian, and Zelda on Exaction Cassie.
And for the side of Equality, you're going to have Sargento Carrero going to be playing the Aegis Fernando. Zaktoge will be using Spirits Chosen on the Meldamba. Attila will be with the Battering Ram Ash. Nano Crystal still using Accelerate Bomb King. And of course, Death Hastens for the Lex played by Towson.
Right, and that's very important. Still rocking out the Accelerant here, but at the same time, we do know that potentially that Grumpy Bomb stun setup might be very good. Checking in with Lian as we do see our first look at gameplay for her in a competitive level, being forced out very, very early by a good high ground advance from the double frontline-led squad of Equality, but Uber Spady picks up first blood on the Towson in the backline, and Domage continues to try and throw a poke.
Really passive gameplay from GG Easy, but very smart as well, pushing Equality and letting them just kind of come into that Vines area. And now they have an opportunity to get onto point and kind of circle around and get Equality in a very uncomfortable spot. You see nobody from GG Easy. Ooh, now it's actually Zelda is the first one to fall for the blue side. Lex is going to battle this one out with Lian, but it will not be enough. The In Pursuit will finally clean up thanks to Fernando coming through. But for a moment there, Domash just had himself a nice little 1v1 for a minute and was winning it.
Good work so far from everybody involved, but Equality are taking control of this objective. And now Cristo is actually doing really good work for this squad on Bomb King. They're only on a 1 streak so far, but their Grumpy Bombers are providing a lot of area denial. Missed shot there, but still the frontline zone from Fernando is enough to force out all of GG Easy. Nice bombs through. Doma does pick up Talzin, but still the objective is captured by Equality, and they lead at 2 minutes in, 1 point up to 0.
You're going to blink it, use that wormhole, come right on top of Nano Crystal and blink right back, and that's going to open up the door for Cassie. Dodge rolling through under the church side. We'll actually find 1 kill onto Maldama, leaving Ash totally exposing the payload. But Tauzen's here to help, able to counter out one of them. The in pursuit will be used in retreat, but just not enough, as the long-range heirloom rifle from the Leon is able to take him down.
It's only 400 damage, but it's got a relatively rapid rate of fire shift, and with a couple of abilities in her kit as well, specifically Grace and Valor there, able to deal damage to anybody within her line of sight, as long as we are using the right legendaries, of course, and as long as we are using, well, as long as we have line of sight. She can put out a lot of poke very, very quickly, but is retreating now, recognizes that they don't want to be met with double frontline straight to their face, and the blue team is setting up in a defensive position around here, trying to take more towards some high ground, which Equality for the most point occupying.
This is a really good position for Eevee to be in, able to go right through this little crevice in the wall and then come right back, able to chase down 1 kill. We'll find Maldama and blink right back out for safety. Able to get there without any harassment onto her whatsoever. And again, Equality is really pinned up. And you can see the super speed. He's able to get right back through once again to confirm a lot of damage. Fortunately, though, the shield tower will, at least for the meantime, keep Attila safe until, of course, it is Zelda taking him down on the Cassie. Again, Makoa holding down the front line while the Eevee continues to blink back and forth. This is putting Equality very much so on their heels.
And even though Eevee has the decreased blink distance, the fact that she got that faster projectile speed is very much compensating for that, is what I'm seeing from the Vader right now. Blinking just maybe more laterally across the map, going, forcing enemies to quickly turn from one direction to the other, distracting them, throwing out a poke shot, and then back to safety. Makoa will be trying to pull some people in. William Broken taking a lot of poke, though, does have the ultimate available, is being healed up by Saris, so can stay alive for the time being. Equality are being held at bay for the most part, but the payload is still creeping forwards.
Good body block onto the battering ram, denying Attila the escape, released for free. And meanwhile, Cassie is able to sit in this aforementioned back line to deal some damage, finding himself a double kill. Attila falling very low. Ooh, but it is not going to be the Enlightenment, as it will just be the one shot afterwards. As again, the battering ram, the 90% damage reduction, at least mitigated out that ultimate. So no charge confirmed back. Again, that big ultimate, if it does kill, will bring you 50% per kill. And you can see right now in the top left, still sitting at just 10%.
And I really love that potential, right, that we've got with this team composition from GG Easy. Specifically, they've got the convergence set up with the Enlightenment ultimate from Leon, potentially devastating if hit correctly. Gotta watch out for shields that might be able to block some of that impact, though. Moving through 1-to-1, all tied up on the scoreboard. Successful defense came through for GG Easy, and now the itemization is online as well, Shift. But we're starting to see just, I think it's relatively standard here, just equalize between both teams. Super hasn't decided what they're going to go into yet, though. Morale boost 1 online for Ceres. What kind of options does Ceres have really to look towards with this situation?
I was going to say, it's probably going to be a morale boost, too, just because if you're going to commit to getting that ultimate on as much as possible, and you have the credits to do it, this level 2 of that early on into round number 2 is going to be really big as far as keeping that charge up, of course, at 100% right now. If you figure that's going to be one of the opening ultimates, we'll see there's a lot to combo it with, but getting that up and getting that percentage charged faster and faster as the game goes on makes her a continual threat, not just because her healing's getting mitigated, but because she's got so much team control in that convergence.
Gotta watch out for some danger coming through again. They're not straight towards the objective. Both teams go again, Equality taking the high ground advantage, and this led them to a successful capture last time, but will they be dethroned? GG Easy looking for a way, and it might come off the back of the confusion. Dread Serpent as well as the Ash ultimate have been used now, and Eevee has her Ice Storm ready.
Yeah, the Immortal was also popped, and once again, Battering Ram is turned apart as once again the melee-wielding anchor used by, of course, the Ancient Rage Makoa is able to shred through one, and Leon able to find another. Fernando is in full retreat and has to back up towards the remaining teammates that are now respawning, and GG Easy are finding themselves some free capture, and of course, a little bit of extra zone. As you can see, once again, Makoa is up here with the Leon looking for damage, but now the shield being popped just to get them away, but the King Bomb's coming in. Convergence used in response. We'll find only one, and only that one is killed. That was by the facet of the Bomb King.
Absolutely devastating. Bomb King coming through and enabling the recap from Equality for the time being, who are on the objective. Uber Spady narrowly avoids a Snake Toss stun coming through from Aldamba, and Seldor on the respawn is able to take down Zatoj as well. Really good play from GG Easy. Will they be able to hold on? Equality have no ultimates left to get themselves back to the point, but when they do, they're very tanky still.
Yeah, and the problem was they used 3 big ultimates in succession with one another, just at the exact same time. The Immortal, the Assert Dominance, and the Dread Super were all used in tandem, and that just did not allow them the survivability they needed to stay on point, and you saw GG Easy was able to separate theirs just a little bit more, get their charge back up, and continue to control the point periodically. That's exactly why we're seeing them get that last point, and now the Payload also moving rather for free at the moment. Equality happy to let it move until they get to this choke point, but the Ice Storm is used right in that aforementioned choke point, putting everyone slow, but not a lot of kills right on that front line. It's going to be the Makoa finding one onto Ash and make that a second as Lex is dredge anchored and then cannonballed to death immediately after William Birkin finding that first and second kill.
And that's really important to open up the potential for this push to pass on through the major choke point at the base of Equality. The gates have been breached. Fernando drops down to contest, but Oreka picked up on the arm, makes very, very short work of all of that. Oh, nice! Ultimate coming through as well, takes down Fernando. Uberspady cleans up Lex as well, and now Assert Dominance used to just buy some time by Ash on the objective, but it's a killing spree as Maldamba goes down for Lian, looking for further onto Ash, who has the ultimate now expired. Everybody's in a lot of danger. Can Equality hold on?
Looking good at the moment as both the support and the front line and Saris and Makoa drop off right along that payload, and Ash will clean up the Lian as well. The big story continues to be, though, this Eevee, who is the only player left alive after Ash finds double kills, sitting on a 21 streak and has been nothing but an absolute menace in the backline, finding these pick shots and coming right back, building up that streak. And of course, that is relating to her being second on the network chart, actually just a couple of credits below the Fernando and top of the damage charts at 71,500 damage.
Getting out so much poke throughout the duration of this game. Uberspady sitting in at 8-0 and 13, yet to die in this game. What I'd love to see happen actually is maybe Nano Cristo playing Bomb King look to play the old style trap, because with, of course, it's wormhole Eevees, they can potentially set up danger on the backside of Eevee blinking towards safety, but safety just isn't around as Uberspady picks up a double kill, throws it a spray for style, can't find a triple as that goes down to Lian, but that's completely opened up the path of payload conversion. Respawns too late, the payload will roll through, and GG Easy now lead at 8 minutes and 58, 3 points to 1.
Very big play once again from Spady, but again, this comes down to a lot of people who are watching this Eevee play. The reason that she's able to get back there for free is because the front line is doing a lot of work. William's able to find himself a number of nice dredge anchor pulls to outposition some of those frontliners for equality, and Leon as well is putting in a lot of really solid damage. Of course, having the record 3 is putting Fernando in a very bad spot throughout a lot of this fight, simply because that Aegis legendary is essentially not even existent in this gameplay anymore, and that just goes to show that if you can get a team that can well function in the front line, it's going to open up opportunities for you as a flanker to move in essentially for free, do your damage, and get right back out.
Free is exactly what we've been seeing going so far. Shift, it will continue if Equality don't adapt their playstyle to be able to deal with this Eevee. Is there any specific champion besides the Bomb King we just mentioned who you think you really can?
It's going to be tough. I mean, it's going to have to find a couple of clutch stuns from your Maldamba. That's a tall task to order, and of course the In Pursuit can help a little bit when Eevee's in your face, but this wormhole build will allow her to flicker away, get that health back, and then come right back in, as you're seeing. William Birkin again with the McCoy able to find the aforementioned Lex on this left-hand side, respectively for them, is looking for more of the Ice Storm. Will be put right on top of the balcony, though, so once again, Fernando is just sitting up here taking a lot of damage, and it will be a chase down, although, ooh, just barely stunned out is the Eevee, but is smelling blood in the water like the shark that she has been. Will fall away from the Fernando and refocus with the rest of her team, able to find damage now into Maldamba, who falls next to, again, William Birkin, able to get the kills. Sarah's trying to heal up, but it will, in fact, be Uberspady dropping thanks to one nice play sticky bomb for the Bomb King.
But all the while, they've been buying time for that team. GG Easy, 87, 90% on the objective. Towson comes from behind, looks for an execution onto Leon. Can't quite find the final damage, but they do fall anyway. Immortal used on the objective, and now they turn their attention towards Ceres, but a lot of missed shots, and Eevee is straight back to the fight. 93% for the blue team on the objective. Equality are getting torn apart here as down goes Lex again. Will Uberspady be able to carry that team to victory? Dread Serpent is used to try and break up the fight, but will it be enough?
Not looking good. Enlightenment comes up with a shield well placed for Sargento, able to mitigate all that damage away. Sarah's trying to get back on the point again, getting that convergence up to 100%. Thank you, morale boost, and is looking for a point to find multiple targets, but has yet to do so yet. We'll throw that. It goes right on top of the shield of Fernando, and nobody from the side of GG Easy can commit and follow up with it. It will be Equality's point. Now only down just the 1 point, 3-2.
Really major play. A phenomenal comeback as well from the squad of Equality. I didn't see them really getting back into that, but the fact fact that they had this double frontline online, the fact that they were able to pick Uber Spady and just stop them from being so staggered, not being continually harassed by Eevee, allowed them to restabilize game tempo in their favor, force GG Easy onto the back foot, and now they hold all the cards. Again, this time, the payload moving very quickly shift. Likely going to see a hold in the primary choke point around the base of GG Easy, but they're much less tanky than Equality were. It's going to strike me as more difficult for them to hold.
This gourd that keeps coming out from the Maldamba for the side of Equality is getting these frontliners continually up, and with the multiple shields, it's actually taking a while for these cauterizers to come in. Although now Townsend is in a nice spot in the backline, able to find one on the Leon. Once again, you heard the Enlightenment getting charged, but not finding its target as of yet. Ice Storm, though, will find a target. It does drop onto the Lex, but no damage to follow up, so really just used as a zoning ultimate. And actually, that being said, Townsend will find Eevee. So that's going to be another big character now. Bomb King will accelerate up to the top line, looking for the shots onto Cassie, but Cassie able to dodge roll back, will refocus back onto the front line.
It's really crucial so far that everybody from GG Easy was able to find staggers and was staying alive, but on the top side of this fight, Townsend gets the slay onto Cassie, finds the double kill as they manage to take down with In Pursuit Leon as well. Now only Eevee and Ceres remaining. The Law is ready, could be challenged here, but not even necessary. Double kill for Fernando. A Sargento cleans things up. Equality push through, and they tie things up at 12 minutes, almost 13, sitting now at 3-3 on the scoreboard.
What an incredible comeback here for Equality. I mean, they were down really badly, 3-1, did not really have that point in their control whatsoever. Just happened to, again, they staggered out their big frontline ultimates. They staggered out the Immortal, then it was the Assert Dominance. The Dread Serpent came out just before that. You don't use those in combination, to use them in some kind of a sequential fashion, and you're going to get yourself to a point where you can survive. There's a lot longer onto this narrow capture point, which is exactly the case. And then finding, again, big picks onto Leanne and on the Eevee throughout that payload push was what led to Equality equalizing this game up.
And all tied up 3-3, as we've just mentioned. It's an even game once again, coming down to the last final objective. Equality able to find 2 in a row. You might think they have the advantage, but their double frontliners are starting to fall apart now as the Wreckers get picked up. Still, will playstyle be enough? Cassie activates Scout. Maybe looking for a flank is Zelda. Straight to the backside is Townsend. The Law is channeled, tries to find the execution. And whilst they miss Ashe, even though that would have hit despite Battering Ram's damage reduction, they still get efficacy from their ultimate and manage to slay Leon.
That's a big one, because that's the big record that you're mentioning is off the table. And now the frontliners are knowing that and are moving right forward. Ash is here, Lex as well, and now Fernando sprinting forward. King Bomb following up as the secondary line of attraction as it comes through, able to connect one of the Leon, but it looks like she will survive at half HP. Now getting some heal up from the Ceres. Playing on the left-hand side of the map, 70% for Equality, a couple more ultimates to sustain themselves, and now GG Easy's in the back foot. They need to find a way to get here.
And that will be off the back of the, oh my goodness, Leon's ultimate coming through, able to deal so much damage on the objective though now. William Birkin in Ancient Rage is buying time for their team. It was Assert Dominance used on the objective as well by Attila, trying to hold things down, and all the while, Zato Jamal Damba trying to keep the team dream alive, but Uber Spady goes in as Eevee finds 1 shot, 2 shot, wormhole for safety, and manages to take the recap for their team. Now 33% and climbing for GG Easy. They made that retake look phenomenally easy, but can Equality find their way back in? All ultimates off the table for Equality. GG Easy still holding on to Convergence.
And they're going to have this, once again, the Enlightenment up. It was at 50% after killing 1, now at 100%, 84% to 90. Getting close. Equality's forcing their way through. They do have the shields up, but Zelda takes out one of their damage dealers in Lex. Ash is looking for some backline presence. Will be able to focus out the Makoa, but immediately taken out by Uber Spady, who comes right back to help out. The big Convergence finds both, but the resilience is here as well, Fox, and it's now just up to the Aegis holding Fernando, who's in a gourd, but it's just not going to be enough healing to keep him there. It is going to be the rest of GG Easy cleaning up around the point, and it will be a conga line to get here 99 to 99%.
Big Grumpy Bomb stun setup does hold things down for the time being. Nice body block as well onto Ashe, who tries to get towards the objective. As we said, it's just a straight up conga line. William Birkin finds 2. Fernando gets back to the objective, and their shield is up. Trapped in an Ice Storm, in a lot of trouble, pulled out of the shield by Makoa as well. And even though the Ancient falls and this conga line continues, the frontliners are off the table, but the respawns are coming back on through. It's Uber Spady versus the world, 1 versus 2. They dive up to the high ground, but they've got to keep contesting. Suba on the objective is getting decimated and blasted apart. Out comes Dread Summon as well, and Equality claim victory in this best of 1 set.
I shall wear this as a
Wow. And that goes to show how important it is to keep your front liners up, especially late into the overtime when it diminishes so quickly. You saw Spady was trying to blink back and forth, but the cooldown was longer than it was able to diminish out the overtime countdown. So he had to make a decision, and the Dread Serpent was to zone everybody else away from that last second engagement. And that just goes to show that you hold on to a couple ultimates, you get your frontliners back out of the point, anything can happen. Good for equality.
And you know what I'm seeing as well throughout the duration of that game shift was very much the efficacy of the Accelerant Legendary for Bomb King, especially in that very last point fight when it's 99 and 95% just sustained overtimes again and again. Even though we are so used to seeing Bomb King with that extra mobility granted by the old legendary Accelerant, the decreased fuse time by 50% on this new Accelerant brought so much value to the table. Grumpy Bomb wasn't just provided as a zoning tool with enemies able to step out the way if they wanted to just avoid contesting for a second and jump back in before the overtime timer expired. They were actively stunned because there wasn't enough time for them to react and move to somewhere safely as well. They either had to soak the stun, try and dive behind a shield, or just accept defeat. And with that, all of that ultimate pressure there at the end as well. Dread Serpent from Aldamba, phenomenal work by the squad of, not GG Easy as they were taken down, GG Easy but Equality, who do advance through into the next round of this tournament. And whilst we do appear to be encountering some game difficulties, folks, and we can't bring you the end game scoreboard, we will bring you some information about how the rest of the bracket has gone on and what our next upcoming matchup will be. So Shift, where have we seen teams advance so far? Are we seeing any familiar faces move through to the round of 16?
Let me refresh.
Not a problem, folks, and as we do get ready for that info as well, we just want to remind you, if you're watching via YouTube, you can find all these links towards the standing and the bracket in the description below the video, and if you're watching via Twitch, then you can use the commands listed in the title, such as !bracket and !standings, to be able to pull up all this information. As well, this is the ESL Paladins Go4 Cup. If you're interested in getting involved, you can check out @ESL Paladins on Twitter and visit esl.pm, that is Papa Mike /Paladins ESL, to find out how you can sign up and get involved with these PC Cups. And for those of you on YouTube as well, we have just updated the description. There is the giveaway link in there as well for the Tyra Direwolf set, which we mentioned earlier. And back to the bracket. B5, another veteran team within the scene, although they have seen a lot of roster changes over the past few months or so, really started to pick up some steam during EE's Winter Classic back in the very last portion of last year, 2016. We'll be facing off against Flashpoint. Noctis Esports versus Onion Knights will also be moving through. Dogs Laser have actually already finished the round of 16, taking a win versus Kekarinos and advancing through into the quarterfinals. Team Exectic Gaming faces off against Burning Heads. Royal Blue Esports will be facing off against Equality, just beating out GG Easy. BUIIS versus Straight Outta Casuals is on your screen as well. Machine Soldiers Esports versus Bonus Pizza. And that is something which I cannot pronounce. Shift, if you can see this on the bracket, versus WASD Sports, please offer me some advice, because that has far too many accents in there for me to know what to do with. If anybody can offer some help via Twitch chat or Discord maybe, that'd be much appreciated. But regardless,
something
folks,
in Czechoslovakian, that's all. That's what we'll call them for the day.
It's something in Czechoslovakian. Is that what we're going to put as the team name if we see them on screen?
I think we should.
I very much hope so. But
do
folks,
you even have those characters on your keyboard, Vox? I don't think.
You know what? I'm going to use the age-old internet technique of copy and paste as well. But for the time being, folks, coming up on your screen in just a moment is actually going to be the very first matchup, the very top matchup in the round of 16, Flashpoint Paladins versus B5. We're very excited to be able to bring that to you. We're going to take a quick break just to figure out exactly what's going on game side. And in the meantime, if you did miss out on some of the DreamHack Valencia action, we're very excited to be able to bring you one of the summary videos so you can maybe catch up on what you might have missed and see what you might be able to go through if you catch the VOD a little bit later. At last then, champions, we are back. The game is live. Shift, there was an emergency restart that did occur, but obviously just to make sure that everything is working correctly, and we're into this set between none other than Flashpoint on the left-hand side of your screen, and B5, just listed as B5, man. Not Baltica, not Boxer 5, just B5, and I'm excited to see where we'll be going as well. As you can see in the bottom right-hand side of your screen, Serpent Beach is the first location today, and the only location, as the round of 16 is still a best-of-1 format.
It is, and it's going to be really interesting. We've seen B5 play at a very high level in previous ESL Cups, and of course probably getting ready for themselves in the Global Series, which we'll learn about more later. But they're actually interesting. The ban has been Ruckus and Leanne, and they actually go with a Fernando and Makoa to start things off, which is really going to put an interesting kind of wrench in the system for the side of Flashpoint, because they are going to be dealing with a lot of low HP frontliners.
They certainly are, and for the time being, Flashpoint themselves have managed to get Barrack, Cassie, and Maldama online. Barrack possibly considered a second Cassie at this point, with the Tinker and Legendary allowing them to fire out an the old-style rifle 650 damage slug. And getting the Maldama online, not too surprising for Flashpoint. We know that Cog definitely favors that, prefers that, and has been doing a very good job in support with it recently. For the squad of B5 then, they draft an Eevee and a Ceres to follow up.
The Ceres is going to be interesting, I think, simply because, again, Fernando usually takes that last stand card, which will allow him to get some passive health behind his shield. So it actually will make Ceres' job a little bit easier when it comes to healing up these frontliners. But the big story becomes if Eevee is just out and doing its normal thing, as Unlimited Power likes to be aggressive, it could be very difficult for Ceres to lock onto the Eevee. So we'll have to keep an eye on what he decides to go as far as Legendary. Of course, Fishko, can't say his name without, of course, his Bomb King play, which has been a very big staple of the Flashpoint boys, and it will be a double front line. They're going to take the Ash.
You know, I'm interested to see how Fishko is going to be utilizing Bomb King as well. One of the better Bomb King players in the realm, but with Accelerant being nerfed, we're used to seeing them play this very mobile flanker style. I'm going to have to be keeping a careful eye on them to see exactly how they've really changed their playstyle around to work with a new Legendary format. And as you said as well, Drogo's the last pick for B5, keeping that last pick potential open, drafting the Ceres in earlier. I like it. It allowed them to pick a Drogo's without the potential Androxus or Lex counter on the table, and also banning out Leon early enabled them to go for the Drake in the skies with less threat from above as well. So interesting team comps coming out from both teams. A bit of a change around as well in playstyle due to OB54 changes. Shift, who are you giving the edge to?
I think the experience would allow us to really kind of favor the side of Flashpoint, but once again, you mentioned it, this squad pulled out here for B5 is really solid up front, and as far as the damage goes, the big question mark becomes, will there be any blast shields picked up for the side of Flashpoint, as 4 of the 5 will be utilizing that AoE splash-based damage that is countered out by, of course, having blast shields.
It'll be interesting. We'll have to see as we are about to get into game, folks. So join us once the spectator does load in. We sync up and we are ready for this only game in the best of 1 round of 16 in this week's ESL Cup. It's Flashpoint versus B5 on Serpent Beach. Here we go then, champions. We did have a brief pause at the beginning of this game between Flashpoint and B5, so rather than occupy you with that, we thought we'd just let it run through and ensure that everything was okay. Of course, Flashpoint and B5 on the screens, Serpent Beach, Vox, Shift, other nouns and things. Let's talk about legendaries here, because Cog starting things off with the Connor's Wrath, the brand new legendary choice for Maldamba. Bittner on Cassie, running Exaction, Battering Ram, Ash for Stephid Cloud, Chain Reaction for Fishko, and Phanex is running Tinkerin.
MTC will be on the Aegis. Fernando Eevee using Over the Moon. Unlimited power with the Fusillade. Madara with Mortal Reach and Oven will be using Pluck from Makoa.
Straight to the objective then will be Phanex around the backside. Cassie able to take out the first flood as well, playing very defensively here as Cog just tries to keep themselves alive, but still all the while on the objective. We've now got Bomb King there as well, throwing up these chain reaction bombs and making use of that Poly Bomb's decreased, I guess, knockback distance to just traverse between the upper and lower ground on Serpent Beach, not all the way to the very, very high ground the opponent's base like we have seen previously, and now is potentially making good use of their chain reactions. They are about to face Fernando, but still holding down the objective all this time has been Barrack.
Yeah, without a doubt, and actually having deft hands on Cog has allowed him to continue to throw out these stuns. He's able to connect one onto the Makoa. Eevee able to find one kill, but is traded out by the Cassie. Looking for more kills in the backline now is Stephid Cloud, who's able to find one as the Ashe player takes down the Drake, as you'd mentioned before. 99% for Flashpoint, and still having numbers around the point with continual stuns, and the Cassie able to take out Makoa in the top of that disengage post-mortem after that snake connects with the little mini stun.
And what's really important as well is those stuns that you mentioned, as Flashpoint do manage to retake and capture the objective, now deal a massive amount of damage as well. So going into, obviously, Cog, you saw the first item on the screen on the scoreboard if you were paying attention at home, Deft Hands. Let's take a quick look at their loadout as well, and it's Snake Pit 4 that they're running, so already Cog is sitting on a drastically increased reload speed, and that's going to allow them to throw out stuns very, very rapidly, but still, they do fall to Eevee.
And Eevee, this Over the Moon build, continues to find herself, and the Soren actually also has a big flicker build as well, having the 325 HP when she blinks, so kind of a mix and mash of the mobility skills for this Eevee player. But all the meanwhile, Flashpoint, with, again, you can see the shield tower is able to move forward very quickly and kind of keep that payload underneath its wraps, and anyone who might just surround that. And the Barrack, who is, once again, setting up turrets passively, will be pulled in. Dreadjaker from Oven, from the Makoa player, able to find a lot of damage, and Fernando will clean that up with that big flame lance. This flank now being sniffed out, as now Eevee's coming to help out, as Cassie and Ashe are trying to move through the bottom area of the ruins. The Battering Ram will be good enough for Stephid Cloud to get up in the dodge roll, almost enough to give some separation for Cassie, but she does fall.
Eventually to the Saris as well. I think that was a Ren Soul, if we're not mistaken. Madara doing good work of just making sure that they are removed from the field, and straight back to base they go. Ultimates are stacking up for both teams though now, Shift. We've got on Flashpoint Dread Serpent, Assert Dominance, and King Bomb ready. And for B5, we're currently sitting on Ice Storm ready, as well as Dragon Punch and Conversions, which could be used to mitigate out any aggression coming in from Flashpoint as they try and force this payload through.
They need to find some kind of means to move forward offensively, does Flashpoint, because this defense is looking very solid. Eevee, although falls, was using bomb keys, all of his attention. The backline Dredson will be used out. Convergence, though, in response, will trap up the Barrack, but not enough, as Immortal coming out for Fernando right in front will keep himself alive. Now the Dragon Punch coming around the back side of this. Who will it find? If anybody, it will take out Cog. Ancient Rage in response. A lot of ultimates being expended just on the side of both the offense and defense. Eevee finds a double kill on the back end of a really nicely placed Ice Storm in the face of Ashe and Cassie as well.
So a couple of ults have been now used and exhausted for both teams. B5 actually utilizing all of their ultimates available defensively to be able to stand still and hold. Flashpoint currently sitting on a King Bomb, and Dome Shield 2 could try and meet aggression forwards and force their way back towards the payload, but they're being zoned out very, very heavily by B5, but still, Stephid Cloud can close the gap. Sets up, Phanex throws out the Dome Shield as well, and that's going to drop a huge amount of damage into the backline, but Eevee's looking for a flank.
She's right in the backline where she needs to be, with a lot of low health targets in front of her. Finds one. The Cassie drops, drinks right forward. Cog falls. No more Maldamba. The King Bomb comes out from Fishko, but what does it find? It's nothing. A triple kill for Eevee, looking for a quadra kill. Will she get there? And Madara will clean up, but a successful defense nonetheless from the side of B5.
stealing it away right there at the end. But ultimately, this is a team-based game, folks. You can go for your style plays, your quadra kills, your penta kills, maybe even the legendary double hexer. But if the payload still rolls through, then you're going to be sitting on a deficit, which you certainly don't want to be. Flashpoint then, itemization coming online. They get 300 credits off a successful neutral capture, but B5 have actually probably managed to exceed that now, as if we do look at the net worth chart, we see they're actually creeping up quite close from a very extended defense and plenty of frags. Notably though, all of Flashpoint playing around the objective very much are getting some additional credits from that as well, so that net worth is still higher. So they are starting to sit on that offensive itemization to tier 2, but as you mentioned, Shift, during the drafting phase, Blast Shields 1 coming out for Sephi Cloud and Fishko here.
This is good counterplay, just knowing what you're facing up against from Flashpoint and getting themselves online with that damage mitigation is going to be really key, especially later in the game. But off the bat, it is going to be a nice sprint forward and Scorched Fireball coming out from Fernando to find the kill onto Phoenix. The Ice Storm in the backline will actually keep the damage dealers and the support away from Cephicloud, who is the new target for the side of B5. By herself is Ashe on the point, being blinked on and Sword 2, and still trying to find a way out, but the battering ram will actually just continually put her in a bad spot as the salvo from Drogos will take her down in the sewers.
Really important play so far as well, as B5 are starting to recede. Flashpoint, big convergence comes through. EV finds one. Fishko answers back. Killing spree for unlimited power as they take down Phoenix as well. And the front line has gone down for Flashpoint. Got to contest now is Sephi Cloud, and they're trying to find their way in. Shoulder bash is channeled. Not paying any attention to that is Drogos. And on the objective, we do see assert dominance has just been used, trying to hold things down, but Dragon Punch is channeled by unlimited power. They immediately slay Cassie, and that just removes another body from the field, opening up the capture potential for B5.
And the Dread Serpent also being used though for Flashpoint, trying to push people to allow the Ancient Rage will get off successfully. Fishko with the double kill, but Cephicloud will drop thanks to, again, that Dredge Anchor wielding Ancient Rage Turtle. But Phoenix this year, the King Bomb coming out, the double stun is not going to be used. Fishko going right for the back line, but the Shadow Travel will be enough to get Madara out of danger, and really a big misplay there from Oven. All they had to do was get to a position where he could hook out that Ashe from the assert dominance and just kept sitting around and waiting for it to expire. That is the difference in what we're seeing. 96, 99% now for Flashpoint. This was B5's point, but Fishko and Phoenix are doing a good job of holding this one through. The Immortal coming out for Fernando might turn this one around. Makoa and Half Shell will try to keep him safe post that expiration, and it will be a shield plus the Sarah Seal to keep him there. Madara is now trying to commit onto the point, but will drop very quickly thanks to the nice focus from Fishko.
But still, Eevee comes in. The Fire Spit goes down as well. The damage rating in from both teams is huge, but 700 from the Snake Toss from Cog is enough to help shut down Fernando. It's Bitnor and Cassie picks up a double kill as they slay Eevee as well. And Flashpoint at last, at 99 and 99, are able to capture successfully. 8 minutes in, 2-1, but this game is neck and neck.
Small mistakes again from B5. They're actually playing this Flashpoint squad very closely, and again, they've shown a lot of premise just being able to take down and fight up against these top, we'll say, 4 teams in EU in the past. And this team that we typically associate to the CIS scene is looking really strong thus far. But again, the small mistakes are things that Flashpoint will make you punish for, and this is an exact example of that.
They've got to be careful now as Flashpoint are starting to roll forwards as well. The double shields, which were set up very successfully for a defense by B5 previously, may be a little more fragile as the itemization is coming online. Bitner looking for Eevee on Cassie, does not find the successful shots, puts a couple into unlimited power in the air, forcing out Drogo's Dread Serpent use on the objective as well to try and pressure away Ovim, but Fernando is carving apart the backline. Convergence is used, and B5 look like they're about to hold still.
This is looking good, but still Ashe is still in the front line. Battering ram just to continue to bully around, but the Saris is pocket healing the turtle, and Makoa will stay alive. Thank you very much, as that support coming in really big, and that goes to show what we saw a lot in Valencia. If you can take the supports down, the game looks very different as far as the kill potential. And if you don't take down the supports, you see instances like that where one-on-ones where you're in favor with more HP than your opponent can very well not go your way. What a pull from Ovim. Dredge Anchor coming through distance and finding Fishko at max range. Holy smokes.
That was incredible as well. Just really being able to judge the distance of Dredge Anchor. Ovin, definitely one of the more experienced Makoa players in the realm, but you mentioned being able to tackle the supports for your team. Flashpoint versus B5 here. The edge on paper does go to B5 just based on the fact that they have Eevee who can continually pressure out Maldamba, but Flashpoint are very rapidly trying to turn that around with the use of Wakono's Wrath as a legendary for Cog, but still from distance, Eevee's increased projectile speed allows him to slay Cog, and Flashpoint have the wind taken out of their sails.
This is a lot of investment for Cog. You mentioned the snake pit for it, now Deft Hands as well coming online. It's a lot of investment into essentially what is a one-trick portion of your kit. Of course, a lot of people out there are going to be trying to utilize this more damage-based build, but you're the only support for your team. Your goal is to heal people up, and as we saw in Valencia, keeping your supports alive is what's going to be key as far as healing your team up. The Dome Shield used a little early from Phoenix that time on the Barret. The Ice Storm will be dropping down from above right onto that same backline area. Really nothing found there either, so two kind of mediocre ults being used. The Convergence right in front of his shield, not finding a lot of value either, and Phoenix and Fishko are finding 2 kills for themselves.
They're staying alive. The front line and supports the core of this team composition, keep themselves in the fight. Coco get a hit a stun though in this engagement, so not really setting a great deal up for their team, but always able to throw out the Mending Spirits where appropriately. Is Eevee going to be able to turn things around? Potentially 300 health, 600 health in the backline, a couple of kill the heals coming through, regenerating them slightly and enabled to, try and fly away. No, Fishko does shut them down and continues that pressure, but B5 defends successfully. Bittner not able to close the gap back in time. Fishko, even though they find 2, does give that one up, and it's all tied up at 2-2 at 11 minutes in.
Yeah, this is, again, goes to show B5 is able to not just contend, but find success in this matchup versus Flashpoint, who, again, had a very strong week in the last bit of qualifiers. Had a chance to become that second seed from Europe to join everybody else in Valencia, but just missing out, taking a couple of best of 3s all the way to the distance. And here they're finding a lot of resistance up against this B5 squad, who, again, are very centralized as far as how they're playing. They have a couple of cauterizes, a couple of wreckers most notably as well, just to, again, deal with these shields that are coming up. And on the flip side, for the side of Flashpoint, the cauterizes are there, but it's not at the same level. And wreckers are there as well, level 3, but it's a lot of Chronos and Master Riding coming out.
Going in for a utility then will be Flashpoint. Fishko tries to find some damage off of King Bomb, but is shut down by Ovum on the objective now. Boxing out versus Barrack. Has to be careful here. If they want to survive, they'll have to activate Ancient Rage, but Barrack just rocket boosts to safety. And Ovum left a little bit confused here on the objective. A repeat of what we saw last time shift. Actually, Phoenix may have made a mistake by walking straight up to them. The accelerator field barricade from Barrack keeps them nimble and mobile for the time being. We're about to see this boxed out. It's on the backside of the fight. The rest of B5 clean up Flashpoint. Down goes Phoenix. This is looking really good for the squad in red.
Very, very good as everyone's getting healed up from Saris. The only one who's really low right now is the aforementioned Saris, but the out-of-combat healing will get her back up to at least half HP before she took a little bit of area damage from a sticky bomb from downtown. But now coming back in is trying to Flashpoint to get right back through, but a lot of resistance is met. Dread Serpent is utilized, but who's here to help out? Phoenix is trying to get there, but he does not have Dome Shield left. Convergence is trying to get there as Level Minara falls before the end. Proximity can be expended through. MTC falling low, but is still here with Eevee. The Ice Storm used to push everybody away, and now getting back to the point, though, is Flashpoint, simply because no one is sitting on there to help out the objective control.
Oh, they all split up. They all separated. We saw some go towards Flashpoint spawn, some go towards B5 spawn, and carved completely out in the middle. Flashpoint are left on the objective. Again, they capture for the 3rd time in a row. B5, for all intents and purposes, gave that one up with poor zone control, and now Flashpoint do lead 3-2.
Again, just slight mistakes from B5, just here and there. They had control. They had that point in their favor. Madara, again, not finding any value on the convergence. I don't think we've seen that ultimate from Saris pull more than 2 at any point in this game. I think even saying 2 would be a liberal number for her, throwing that convergence into a lot of shields, not even like before they're channeled. They're throwing them into them while they're on the field. So really interesting play from Madara. Needs to figure it out and get a handle, because it's a game-changing ultimate, and is just not finding any value really whatsoever with Morale Boost 3, mind you.
Absolutely, and B5 now looking down the barrel of defeat. Flashpoint 3 points up, only need this conversion to be able to pull out a victory on Serpent Beach and advance through into the quarterfinals of today's ESL Go4Paladins Cup. Cloud, all the while, I love their positioning as Ash here, holding the flank angle, able to position in a way that they can continue harassing towards the people defending the payload without taking direct damage from anybody who might be trying to contest. Does shoulder back to safety, and then we'll see the rest of the team take on. All the while, though, as well, Phoenix playing Tinker and Barrack has been doing a whole lot of work for their team. Currently sitting on the damage charts midway down, but 70k for Barrack at this point in the game, not too bad, and still effective at mid-range is the really important element here.
Without a doubt, Ice Storm will come out right underneath the little ruin side, perspectively right for the defensive team. King Bomb being gentle. The backline will stun out too, but the resilience is good. Nice pull from Oven. Will take down Fishko. Eevee finding Cassie on the outside. Cloud now by himself as Cog drops. MTZ able to find that kill. Battering Ram will be used with that shoulder bash to maneuver closer towards the safe side of the map. but it still finds the Ashe surrounded by 2 red jerseys, and that'll be enough for a full team wipe for the side of B5.
And what feels really crucial there as well is there was some phenomenal play, from Unlimited Power's Drogos as they channeled Dragon Punch in the face of King Bomb, but they're unable to very rapidly move it up and away from the radius of their explosion, stay alive, and eliminate a member of Flashpoint for free, not being taken down by that big rolling ultimate. But they do fall now to Phoenix as the Blunderbuss is able to take them out. Dome Shield goes down on the objective, double turrets are set up, and now B5 are very much on the back foot again. They've got Convergence and Ancient Rage to try and hold on, but can they?
There again is the 2-man pull, but not a lot of damage to follow up. Cog does fall. Ancient Rage being utilized just for some extra damage. Body blocking out the shoulder bash, and again finding a kill as Ohim is able to continue to control space almost better than the Ashe has as of yet in this series. And now it goes 3-3 again. This is a best of 1, and we're coming down to a 3-3 split. Last point will decide who rolls away with this win.
And we just saw ultimates used both on offense and defense there. Flashpoint trying to force things through, not go to the final objective fight. B5 just trying to hold on defense as they knew they couldn't allow that to roll in. And what we've got left on the table, Ice Storm only for B5, although very rapidly charging. Expect Convergence to be up shortly after the point fight begins, but Flashpoint do hold the advantage with a Scout for the early positioning control and CC immunity, and Sephic Cloud does have Assert dominance, so even if they're outnumbered, they may be able to hold on.
The thing is with the Assert dominance, it's not one that you can open a fight with. It's one that you use late in a team fight. So there's really not a lot of value having it up early. They're going to have everything else up right around the time that you're going to be looking for that ultimate to trigger. The Scout should be used rather early if you're looking for that extra information, but actually holding on to it is Cassie at the moment. And the fight is developing onto point. Both frontliners from B5 are here. A big zoning Grumpy Bomb will push them both away very quickly, so only the 12% gain for B5 as everyone continues to poke at one another, which is allowing Phoenix on Barrack a lot of time to set up. He's got both turrets here. The health pools are low for the rest of B5, but a couple of nice shots landing for Unlimited Power, able to connect onto this high ground, which is prospectively left for them. But still, the big story is what is going to happen on the point. Eevee falling very low will be able to get into the ice block, but no reprieve. Oh, but Saris is right there with the Restore Soul to heal everyone back up. Ovim also falling low, but is able to get out of the battle for at least part of the time. And Sephic Cloud has no idea that Makoa was there, could not finish him off. 93% though, Vox. It's going to have to come out as someone getting there. Ovim will get there, but he does not have Ancient Rage. Going to be dropped very early, 78% for Immortal. So not there either for Fernando. King Bomb coming out. Will not be able to find the Dragon in time, but it's only just the one kill. Eevee not able to stay into it. Now it's just Madara, who's not going to be able to get back in time. Unfortunately, this game goes to Flashpoint 4-3.
Great play all around from both squads there, but as we always say, there can be only one winner on the objective that ends up being Flashpoint. As we take a look at the scoreboard after that game, let's go and see exactly how it all broke down. Notably, Eevee for the squad of B5 putting out an incredible performance throughout the duration of that game, sitting at 16, 13, and 15, but their vulnerable playstyle with Over the Moon as the legendary selected shift did leave them, well, vulnerable. 13 deaths, the highest on their team. They just weren't present in the fight as much as they maybe needed to be, and potentially could have played slightly safer, allowing them to be more consistent there. But nevertheless, good harassment towards the back line of the squad of, Flashpoint. Still though, Flashpoint themselves, again, staying alive, the name of the game where necessary. Only 8 deaths on Isbitner and Fishko as well, and also sitting at the highest kills in their team at 13 and 14. The 2 damage champions weren't pressured out as much as they maybe needed to be throughout the duration of that game.
Yeah, there's a lot that factors into that. Again, Fishko is so good at playing Bob King. You can't take that away from him whatsoever. He's just really, really good at playing the champion. Has been kind of almost an Achilles heel for Flashpoint throughout their qualifying run, because they kind of have that, what was formerly the AGG syndrome of, we're going to force ourselves to take this Bomb King as much as we possibly can, and sometimes it didn't work out for them. Not the case here, although there were a couple of struggles early on. That last team fight was very in control for them. Again, Fishko being a big contributor to that as far as the damage stats go. But on top of that, the 124,000 healing from Cog is the big number. He only did 50,000 damage, and he tricked himself by going just with this reload build with Deft Hands and Snake Pit 4. It makes you wonder if it's really worth it. I would have to say definitively no. When you look at a solo hero that has to keep so many vulnerable targets alive. I mean, Madara was able to do 100, nearly 44,000 healing, only 7 deaths for the Saris player, but still, it just is a big question mark. I mean, 11 deaths for Valdamba is not what you want to see. especially considering that's the second highest on your team, and the 124K, although it's a decent number, it's still considerably less than the Saris, when in terms of things, Meldama should be doing considerably more healing than that champion.
And you just answered the main question, which I was going to go in for you there. Do you think Snake Pit and all of that loadout with Wakona's Wrath was worth it? Your answer is no. My answer, similarly, I feel like there could have been maybe more effectiveness granted with Ripened Gourd or even Spirits Chosen under certain circumstances, which of course was buffed in recent patches, so you get that flat additional heal coming through as long as your Mending Spirit is active on any target. So you don't you no longer have to just pocket heal maybe a frontliner with that. You can get that extra burst healing onto anybody. And with an Eevee around as well, an extra 300 health never goes amiss if that's healed up very rapidly, as she was able to put out a great deal of pressure onto the squad of Flashpoint. But still, that does conclude this best of 1 set in the round of 16. For Flashpoint, who do advance through in the bracket, let's take a look and see who they'll be facing on the very top side of things as well in the quarterfinals. And as my bracket updates, and for everybody at home, you can also follow along with us using the command !bracket in Twitch chat and checking out the bracket link in the YouTube description. They'll be going up against Noctis Esports. We also have Dog Slayer versus Burning Heads in the quarterfinals. Still waiting on the result of Royal Blue Esports versus Equality to see who faces Straight Outta Casuals. And Boneless Pizza versus WASD Sports will be the last and the fourth up quarterfinals set shift. Are there any that you're looking particularly forward to there?
It's actually interesting taking a look at what the roster is for Boneless Pizza. They have a couple of familiar names, Souza Dante and Michaela, on that squad. It'd be interesting to see how they match up against WASD. But the big storyline continues to be another returning name in Royal Blue Esports, who what we would imagine is having some difficulty getting through Equality, who we saw have that incredible comeback versus GG Easy in the first round of the day. And Straight Outta Casuals, that should be a very decent matchup as well. But again, we have to kind of tilt our favor towards WASD and Flashpoint, the two big dogs that continue to show up week after week here at ESL.
And so, folks, we will be taking just a moment to get our stream set up and bring you the next set of matches. In the meantime, we've already seen what happened on day 1 of the DreamHack Valencia show, but we've got another summary video here for day 2, just in case you wanted to catch up on exactly what went down. So sit back, relax, enjoy the video, and we'll be back on your screen in just a moment with the next matchup coming up in the quarterfinals.
I'm loving your lips like a candy bar. I ain't kidding, I just wanna have ya. Ain't kidding, I just gotta have ya.
Find me in the bar, I ain't going outside in this cold ass winter, gotta roll up and out. See it from afar, got my thoughts in the sky. Where we used to kiss, sunshine, shit and wild. You gotta call me every day, pretend you're my baby. I see more real out there lately, it's crazy. Yeah, we could be the same as we claim in this kingdom shit and keep it tame. Come on, baby girl, we're not the same. Two different speeds, but we keep it one lane. Yeah, what goes around comes around. Keep 100, y'all. Do this for my soul like a dawn, but still you on.
Put your hands in the air, we'll be alright. Oh, you keep messing up my mind, but I love your style. You know I'm loving your lips like a candy bar. I ain't kidding, I just wanna have ya. Ain't kidding, I just gotta have ya. Yeah, starting with a little small talk. People whistling from the sidewalk. I just wanna spend some time together, and this night will keep on getting better. We step into the club, up and feel the room is full of love. You should play the top division. We'll be running the night, it's a mission. Yeah, wanna see you move, yeah. Hurry up before I lose, yeah. Cause I'm addicted to your hot kiss, and I can't take it no more. Put your hands in the air, we'll be alright. You keep messing up my mind, but I love your style. And I'm loving your lips like a candy bar.
bands. Hey, today, making history.
Ain't messing around, girl. No, I want you. You know that I do. Hey, yeah. Wish that I could stay. 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 Wish for this moment to never go away. But it's all in my mind. And though I know that there is nothing to find, you're a beautiful sight in the summer night. And you can't put up a fight in the misty light. Wish that I could stay. Wish for this moment to never go away. But it's all in my mind. And though I know that there is nothing to find, you're a beautiful sight in the summer night. And you can't put up a fight in the misty light. Streets all alone, and all you can see, thinking about what your life came to be. You're a beautiful sight in the summer night, and you can't put up a fight in the misty light.
Hey there everyone, Vox here, just giving you a quick update as to exactly what's going on with the tournament. We have had a protest currently under the way for the teams of Royal Blue Esports and Equality. As you saw previously, it was on your screen none other than Royal Blue who had advanced. However, within ESL Paladins, there is a pause rule in effect. Teams are only allowed to pause once per team, per game, without explicit permission from the administrators. They did not receive this, and Royal Blue, having paused 3 times in the game, which has now been proven to the ESL administrators, have been disqualified. And as you can see on your screens, it will, in just a second, it will actually be Equality who do advance through the bracket into the quarterfinals to face off against Straight Outta Casuals. Sincerely apologize for the delay. We're going to try and get this set up and running as quickly as possible. I want to say thank you for sticking with us and staying tuned, and unfortunately during online play, things and delays like this can at times be unavoidable. So once again, thank you for bearing with us, and we'll be into the games shortly. Well, here we are then, at last, champions. We are into a game. It's equality versus straight out of casuals once again on your screen. Is Vox and Shift behind the mics, and we're going to start things off with a Lian ban immediately for the map of Stone Keep. We're seeing this come out a little bit more consistently as the tournament goes through. Shift, Lian, the newest champion to join the realm, being taken off the table. Ruckus 2 is actually selected as Drogoz has been banned away, and so we're going back to that safe and solid Ruckus first pick.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see, again, the frontline priority still consistently being up in the meta as far as the draft order goes, at least in some fashion, as we have the Ruckus and then also Fernando Makoa as the top overall 3 picks. And I like the picks a lot. Again, Fernando's bringing a lot of extra damage to the table, and of course on Stone Keep, that big shield can really zone away a lot of defense, put a lot of defensive pressure up to mitigate away a lot of damage coming in from above.
Certainly the case for the time being. On the left-hand side of your screen, of course, the picks continuing. Maldamba, Barak drafted in, Bomb King and Ceres locked in as well. And of course, equality, the team on your right, left-hand side, is straight out of casuals. Grover has been hovered over, not locked in just yet, but may well be. And Grover's been an interesting champion to see post the OB 42 changes with increased weapon projectile speed. They have been certainly doing work on maps like Stone Keep, able to lock off specific angles and often coming top of the damage charts. I'm wondering if that's still going to be the case here, as they are the only support for straight out of casuals.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how much healing will really come out just to,
excuse
again...
me, sorry, there's a Maldama on the table. I'm getting confused here. Grover's the only damage on the table.
The Cauterize is really going to play a lot into what the potential is for this team. The Willow is also being selected at the moment, which is interesting. Of course, we've seen Grover, especially in this map particularly, can kind of hold corners, throw a lot of axes out, and do a great deal of damage while being able to heal up anyone else who's in that back line for essentially free, since the Cauterize should be, at least at that point, expired by the point you get to where Grover should be positioned. Lex is going to come out, though. He's a really good pickup, as we saw Towson play him before. But as far as spreading out that Cauterize, he gets that credit online really quickly, thanks to, again, the Retribution targets, giving him that extra credit bonus upon death.
And that's going to be relatively key, is shutting down straight out of casuals. Through the use of itemization, it's double support and double frontline with 1 damage as Willow versus maybe a slightly more balanced team composition. Double frontline still, but only 1 support. Bringing the damage will be Bomb King and Lex. We'll have to see if, as you said, Shift, they can get those credits online quick enough to be able to turn the tide of battle in their favor and pull out victory here in this best of 1 set. We'll be getting into game in just a moment, so sit back, relax, don't go anywhere. I promise you this time it is only just a 3-minute timer on the clock, and we'll be back into the games very shortly. As promised then, champions, right on cue, back into the game of Straight Outta Casuals versus Equality here on Stonekeep. Let's waste no time and go straight through to the legendaries available on your screen right now. We led on the side of Straight Outta Casuals with King Devil running Aerial Assault Ruckus, Diced Apples on Spirit's Chosen Maldumba, Snipers on Architectronics Barrack, Frog Blender on Ferocity Grover, that's what I want to see, and Arsol on Blast Flower Willow.
And it will be the side of Equality. Attila will be using Aegis Fernando. Pluck will be used for the Mako, played by Sargento. Nano Cristo with the Accelerant Bomb King. Zactoj once again with Mortal Ridge Ceres, and Towson is using the Death Case and Select.
Straight to the backline then goes King Devil, looking to put some early pressure onto the red team. Has the Aerial Assault charges ready, looks to put pressure on the Lex, but they're back at full health thanks to Ceres on the team of Equality. But Equality, previously in their round of 16 set, they took, or excuse me, their round of 32 set, they took a lot of high ground advantage. They're being pincered now. They don't seem to be able to find that same advantage, and with 4 kills down very, very swiftly, Equality only have their Lex left alive. They're waiting around the corner. Retribution on the Frog Blender does let them get a couple of headshots off. The healing is good, but the damage could be even better here. Frog Blender being chased down. In Pursuit is ready. Will it be enough? They do get shut down, but still on the capture objective, it's 63% and rising. Towson using emotes to try and look around the corner, but it's still all blue. This one Lex behind the scenes, will there be enough to make the difference? They're going to need some support if that's going to be the case.
Yeah, they are getting it now with their team pushing the front line. Lex is able to find one more kill using the In Pursuit to get some health back, while also picking apart at King Devil, who's happy to take this fight since he has the Immortal and the Repulsor field available. 93% is where it stalls out for Straight Outta Casuals, and that was a mistake on their end to let the Lex happen to sit in that backline for so long for free. Now Ferocity Grover is letting those axes fly through, and now the Fae Flight also coming in for Aerosol right back onto point. Will not be hooked, as I'm pretty sure that wasn't going to connect anyways thanks to the distance, but the Blast Flower is finding a lot of damage. Nano Crystal on the Bomb King is forced back, but able to heal him up is Ceres right back onto fight. Is it going with 72% for Equality? The Dread Serpent, though, used very aggressively for Straight Outta Casuals, able to help convert 2 kills, and the Whirlwind at the tail end of the team fight to keep everyone healthy, even though the Grumpy Bomb does find 2 stuns.
Convergence pulls in 3, but on the back end of that fight, it won't be enough to let Ceres get back towards the objective, as they are taken down by Willow. The capture rolls through for Straight Outta Casuals. A nice retake from Equality, but they just weren't able to stabilize once the ultimate started coming online. Really good Dread Serpent action to be able to hold that down for SOOC. One thing to quickly remark on though, Shift, before you go any further, is Arsol on the Willow is currently rocking Wrecker. I want to hear your thoughts on that and its effect in Fae Flight versus maybe Cauterize.
I think it's a smart pickup, especially when you consider who else could take Wrecker. There really is no other option. The Ferocity Grover does not have that bonus damage applied to shields, which I personally think is one of his weakest points. Hexafire, though, back into action right on the top side of this fight. The Ramparts is being utilized by the Ruckus. Aerial Assault now also going in the distance as he gets right above the statue and finds a nice line of sight to help Frog Blender find 2 kills. Again, with that extra axe damage at distance, continuing to throw them onto the high ledge. Minute and 33 seconds until we get to overtime, and the payload is already starting to get its way to that final checkpoint. It is going to be Attila with the shield right in front, though, on the Fernando, looking to keep every damage she possibly can away from that central point fight. But the Dome Shield to be here to help move this forward. But again, as aggressive as it is, it's actually able to allow Fernando to jump right back in with his shield and actually pop an Immortal and take it out. Execution comes out into King Devil, and it will actually be enough to push Straight Outta Casuals back as Equality finds themselves 3 kills for none. And
that's really important there. Some ultimates used by both teams, but Equality holding on to Convergence and King Bomb still, which could be used on defense if necessary, and Whirlwind and Fae Flight still available for Straight Outta Casuals. Dread Serpent has just come up as well for SOOC, so we could see that potentially utilized to try and break apart Equality, who are working very well when they're able to stick together, it appears, but as soon as they spread out, they're starting to take a bit of a fall. On the high ground, King Devil on Ruckus looks for damage onto Lex, can't quite pick up the kill, but advances forward, and out comes Dread Serpent.
And the Fae Flight also being utilized to throw a lot of damage in from up top. The Convergence is there, but once again, copy-paste the same conversation. Just not a lot of value out of these Convergences from our Ceres players thus far. Whirlwind able to keep that front line alive with Diced Apples, who's also here trying to do the same as the Maldumba. King Bomb will come in, very good spot to exploit, but who will he focus down? The Barrack will be the target, but not able to find more than just the one Sticky Bomb, as he's eliminated by Sniper Zoo, who is in the backline for free with a couple of turrets set up, just picking and prodding away. The board now underneath the payload. 4 or 5 players now here for Straight Outta Casuals against just the 2 for Equality. Make that 1 as Fernando falls. Sato has to go into the big shadow travel to continue to keep himself around and wait for his team, but it's just 1 by 1 they go and 1 by 1 they fall. Point push successful for Straight Outta Casuals.
And the crux of the matter that in that last defense seemed to be equality, not combining their ultimates to the maximum effectiveness. Zatoj on Ceres used convergence, no real follow-up found. Then Nano Cristo goes in with Bomb King, but channels it in such a specific way. They poppy bomb and then channel King Bomb in the air, so they have the wind-up time on the ground rather than being able to roll immediately, and they aren't able to explode and detonate, finding a big multi-stun. Only one player there, Barrack, who actually ends up with a slay onto Bomb King through the damage from Sniper's turrets. And everybody on straight out of casual sitting on 9, 12, 9, and 11 streaks here, looking very good at 2 and 0. They got their itemization going into even some luxury items at this point with their core level 2 offensiveness online.
That's really big to have the cauterized already at that level so far, and to have a couple extra credits left to just kind of plug away at those luxury items. As you mentioned, the fight now breaking out on the left side, inside of the keep. Sniper Zoo will try to get set up, but those turrets are falling very, very quickly, and with how much pressure Equality is pushing in, it's actually going to be a slither aggressively, and it's going to be the end of Diced Apples. Big mistake there. Hugs to fire though from behind. That's going to be big for King Devil, plugging away, finding 2 kills, helping his team find a total of 4, and now right back onto point. It's just Nano and a triple kill coming up for King Devil. Great positioning from the Ruckus player.
And then just no hesitance as well, pushes out immediately to zone as they know that the staggered respawns are starting to come out. Gets 4 dismounts in a row. King Devil doing work for their team, slowing the advance of enemies towards the objective, but is very, very out of position now and is likely going to be cleaned up quite swiftly. And this is going to open the opportunity for Equality to get back towards the objective again. You know, Nano Cristo running Accelerant, though, on Bomb King. That does raise an interesting question. When they throw out Grumpy Bomb, it detonates so fast that whilst it does have more stun setup potential, what I'm not seeing is zoning power coming out of this bomb so far. And as we see the triple 800 damage splash come up and Snipers does get stunned, they're able to stay alive. They haven't been zoned out effectively, and Equality at last are only just able to get the retake.
Game pause. A really good play for Sniper Zoo just to continue to keep the pressure up on point. Using the Dome Shield, he was the only player left alive, and he did actually gain about 13 extra percent because no one could step onto point. So good play from him, even though he does fall. The convergence once again using just to get the Willow out of play. So again, very low effectiveness from these convergence, and this is not what you want to see. If you put these teams in comparison to mid and high tier teams, you can't miss these big ultimates. You have to find 3+, you know, or at least get 2 confirmed to where they can find the deaths afterwards. We just have not seen a lot of follow-up on these convergences, let alone the convergences hitting as of yet.
And whilst sometimes it can be effective to maybe use, you know, a big ultimate just on one player if they're really a thorn in your side, I don't feel like the Willows so far this game has been, they've had a lot of impact, right? Their dead zones have been very impactful. Their Fae Flights have been that typical Willow win more ultimates where we're already ahead, so we're just going to keep our momentum in our favor and maintain tempo. If we look at the damage charts, they are sitting at the top there on 55,000, but they're very closely followed up by Grover and Ruckus and Barrack here. So it's not just one player who's leading the straight out of casuals, just maybe advance through in this set so far and in this game. It's all the players working together, and now Frog Blender looks for some damage towards the front lines. Seeing Makoa being brought very low here, and King Devil sets up in a perfect position to be able to bombard the team from above. Out comes Dread Serpent, 2 down in an instant. Ceres has nowhere to run, tries to stay alive, but it's a double kill for King Devil. Emitter Shield is up and active. There we go, staying alive, tries to box out with Lex as well, and around comes Frog Blender to help finish off that kill.
And that will be the point for straight out of casuals. No one able to contest in time to get back to it. Really good positioning from Sniper Zoo to get it to the back line. Throw out those couple of turrets here and there. And now just for good measure, actually King Devil will use that Hexafire, able to find 1 kill. Zatoj during the Shadow Travel, not able to do anything besides just waste a little bit of time and obviously fall to the death. Attila now in a bad position. Not exactly sure what he was thinking of sprinting into 4 different players while the rest of your team is dead. But regardless, he joins them in the death countdown as well. 2:13 until we get to that overtime. Payload moving nice and free, and King Devil once again doing the same positioning he had last game, getting up into the high ground as much as he possibly can to be a distractor.
And then they are met with Makoa, but very swiftly they're able to maintain the high ground positioning with aerial assault, excuse me, in their advanced charges, and now push backwards towards Fernando, who's actually stunned out by a nice snake toss from Aldan, but the shield goes down, and so does Attila. The payload continues to advance now. King Devil looking potentially for this Lex, who is trying to flank around behind, and whilst we did see very early on how effective Talzum could be if they were left alone, that's certainly not the case this time. Learning their lessons are straight out of casuals, and the payload continues to roll.
Yeah, Lex does just not bring a lot of damage to the table compared to other direct damage dealers right now in the champion pool. And on top of that, Bomb King has not had a stellar game either. And it just goes to show that you see these Bomb Kings that land put out these massive numbers. And that just goes to show how good they are at the character and how incredible they've been able to master and get all the damage done as much as possible. It does not has been the same level for Nano Cristo in this matchup specifically. Sniper doing a good job of continuing to kite backwards with turret by turret with a couple of barricades here and there, getting back to his team. Frog Blender has a nice line of sight from the balcony towards that payload and is continuing to chuck out axes and hitting them for big numbers as they find the Bomb King once again out by himself, although a King Devil does get stunned and will be taken down thank you to the Grumpy Bomb and Sticky Bomb combination. But 4 players still left alive for Straight Outta Casuals on top of point. They are going to have to fall back in the face of a 4-on-5.
They could potentially try and hold. Dome Shield was ready, but evaporated very swiftly was Sniper. And 37 seconds left. Straight Outta Casuals likely going to be waiting on a regroup and some respawns to come through as multiple players are low, but they keep on letting themselves into being pulled by Dredgeanchor thanks to Sergeant Kiroro here, and they're just falling one by one. Straight Outta Casuals, whilst they've looked very good in this set so far, are leaving themselves wide open when they don't have all the momentum in their favor, and that's certainly something which they need to be careful of if they want to try and make it back to the payload, as Equality now have the zoning position they need to force them away.
And getting back to point is Straight Outta Casuals, having some room to breathe. And Sniper was trying to get aggressive, was looking for that dome shield, but gets stunned before he can completely get to the payload in time. So overtime is in effect, and kills on the back end of one of those frontliners falling are now going the way of Equality as Ruckus trying to aerial assault point will not be able to do so. Frog Blender, although he finds one, is of course surrounded, trying to keep that trigger. And now Sniper Zoo once again is going to get Poppy Bombed away and then pulled right back in to secure what will be ultimately his death as 4 players are surrounding him. Though he's staying alive for a little longer than expected, he does still drop. Attila also falling very low, so an opportunity, but again, the overtime being in effect for so long falls away even quicker. That results in the first point for Equality.
An important mechanic there, and you remarked on the fact that Barrett was able to stay alive for so long. If we take a look at some of the itemization available on your screen right now, we do actually see that both teams do have Cauterize 3 available to them, and it's actually been finished off across the board, so just really good kiting from Sniper Zoo there, able to dodge in and out of their barricade, in and out of their turrets, and demonstrating a good mastery of Barrack overall to be able to stay alive for such an extended duration. Net worth charts on your screen right now show a pretty even split between the frontliners of both teams, at least, with Barrack currently leading the charge, but Fernando is certainly up there as well, as is Lex. And Shift, we talked about in the drafting phase how it's going to be important for potentially Equality to get their itemization online if they wanted to be able to win out in this game versus the double frontline and double supporter Straight Outta Casuals. Do you think they managed to do that? Because it's coming down to the last potential objective for them if they don't manage to capture.
Didn't get there in time, but it's there now. And the Dreadson will be able to start things off with kills, and Fernando is the first target, though the shield will save his life momentarily, and is actually getting some recharge behind it. Fade Flight on top of the point, going and focusing down the Makoa. Very easy kill there, as Makoa had no shell spin available to him. Flips it up, Fernando still surviving, will be forced into a mortal just to keep himself alive. You see the blue bodies are now surrounding him, looking to put him down, but again, the shield comes up just in the nick of time. Saris has a line of sight, possibly to get back in and help him get the full HP, but needs to get there quickly, and will be able to do so. So 69% for Straight Outta Casuals. King Devil forced backwards. Execution does completely miss. The Law finds nobody to put up in jail this time through. Half Shell coming back together. Both frontliners for Equality are coming back to contest.
On the objective, Dome Shield is used to try and stave off the red team's pressure around the backside. Tozen finds 1. Hexafire from King Devil finds 2, though, in trade. Will the Ruckus go down? So mobile in the air. In Pursuit locks them down to next to no health, but King Devil stays alive thanks to that Repulsor Field and Emitter combo and the lack of ammo in the pocket for Lex. But still, the contest comes through. This Fernando just does not die. On the objective, Frog Blender uses their Whirlwind to try and stay alive. Dice Apples from Straight Outta Casuals as well. Uses the Dread Serpent to break apart the Makoa shield. Has no reload stun available. Gord goes down. Fernando's stunned out. Tozen, though, finds Frog Blender potentially. Could keep on rolling here, but Barrack's back on the objective. And that Dwarven Warrior is certainly somebody you don't want to try and contest with. The sprays, the dance, the emote comes out. Overtime is ticking this time around. I don't think anybody can close the gap. And Straight Outta Casuals, they do find victory at last and close the game out 4-1.
Good play for Airsoul at the end there, getting the high ground, able to get that Blast Flower to full as far as the value, getting up to 800 damage at certain hits, and then using that Flutter to reposition once she was starting to be targeted. Just really good play. 100 and almost 8,000 damage for the Willow. That's a really big number, and again, going to show that with the Blast Flower and if she's left alone, Willow can be a very devastating threat.
One champion on the other side of things that didn't do quite so well as expected. The other blaster in kind, Nano Cristo playing Bomb King. 4 kills, 16 deaths, and only 12 assists. Just seem to be counted at every single angle. It feels like the Accelerant legendary that they're running. Whilst we talked about it earlier, Grumpy Bomb just wasn't providing the zone potential that we previously would look for out of that ability. Instead, a lot of champions were going so far as to just soak the stun or recognize that if they step out of danger zone for just a second and then step back in, that zone is no longer there because of the increased, or rather the decreased fuse time of the ability. And again, Shifty made the remark on how the supports in Paladins so often win games. We see a combined total of maybe 110,000 healing coming out of straight out of casuals. On the other side of things, 123k from Ceres, but the frag potential just didn't seem to be there for this squad as Convergence wasn't finding members like it should have been.
No, without a doubt. And again, even though Accelerant is nerfed a little bit, it just essentially makes Bomb King is not for the faint of heart anymore. I mean, you have to be an incredible player to get your damage numbers up as Bomb King. He primarily is used as a zoner, with the Grumpy Bomb putting a lot of potential to disrupt a team fight completely. But on top of that, you aren't able to move as freely as you were before. His damage numbers shouldn't change much because of it if you're an incredible Bomb King player, simply because you are able to understand when the areas are in your advantage to move in, even if you aren't able to move as far as you were before. And this just goes to show that, you know, as much as Bomb King can be a factor, he can also be a big deterrent to your team comp if you're not able to get the damage numbers done.
We'll have to see if that changes in future games, if potentially people will stick with their Majesty, or if there's maybe a new champion that they'll pick up in place. We saw Willow be super effective this game so far, and that looks to be the case as continuing through the bracket are straight out of casuals. They'll be advancing forwards, and we're going to be following their progress as well as they face up against WASD Sport in the semi-finals. And on the top side of the bracket, it is Flashpoint Paladins versus Dog's Lair to close things out. We're going to be taking a quick break again just to get some graphics updated to make sure that the players are ready and in lobby, and then we will be returning to the semi-finals once again between Straight Outta Casuals and WASD Sports. Don't go anywhere. Champions, welcome to Paladins Top 5 Plays. My name is Vox, and this week, episode number 25.
That's it. Keep talking, Pally. You about to get messed up.
Fishko, Eevee, not a bad combination. Link to Ceres, but the Oracle slips free. Wormhole allows for Eevee's escape, but Ceres, well, no such luck. A headshot from the bounty hunter removes her from play. Wormhole bamboozlement to follow, the blue team on their toes. Capture is climbing, it's time to make a move. Fishko blinks in and summons a mighty ice storm to lock down their foes, triggering overtime in the process. Saw lets them relocate, and the lazy shot eliminates Shaolin. Back to the objective, more blink work trickery takes down Inara and opens up the objective for the red team to retake at 99%.
Judgment is inescapable.
With a Frog Isle next, for Goldex to lay down the law. Still mounted, onto the final objective, they find the perfect backline flank unnoticed, but a swing and a miss, too many shots off target, the setup is perfect, out comes the law, quadra-kill execution. In pursuit follows Androxus skyward, and a final magnum round punches through for the team setup pentakill.
Ziggs, what do you think of our chances? Oh, well, let's just keep that to ourselves.
Zusi plays up next, and with Cassie they dodge roll headlong into two. Final reset, turn around on Andro, back up to clip Shaolin. Pip moves in, but evermore the fool, the resets keep on flowing, and Cassie turns their duel around. Maldamba, the last to fall, one last bolt seals the deal. That's an outplay, with spray for style, of course.
The shadows rise around you.
Out of base and on their way to the objective, True Skills dismounts to deal with a pesky Eevee. Ice Block only buys some time, Androxus waits patient. Defiance ends their life. Now, perhaps a little overzealous there, Andro. Outnumbered, they cower behind reversal and seek refuge behind a pillar. Mending spirits to the rescue, always tip your healers. Nether Step takes Androxus back to safety for the time being. Shaolin is overextended. Dark Stalker recharged, True Skills dashes in and finds the Defiance shut down yet again. Barrack and Grok seem caught in a pinch. The dwarf for the double. Grok evades Androxus. Out of ammo, no trouble. Sleight of hand refills 5, and 2 headshot takedowns in a row push True Skills to a quadra kill. Up in the air, a cursed arm to secure, and they call Drogo's greedy. But a penta is a penta, nonetheless.
we going to start fighting for real now?
Boft rounds out the plays today, again on Frog Isle. Magnetized by danger, they roll straight in, miss the cooldown reset, but stand fearless in the face of Bomb King. Behind a tree, they count their seconds of their out-of-combat timer, roll back behind the waterfall to regenerate. Close to full, and Droxus is scouted with Blast Shot's AoE, poked and tackled. Boft draws in with protection applied, misses the reset, and disengages Ceres to withdraw momentarily. Bomb King, fresh from spawn, is dismounted. Ceres, threatened, the low ground taken to stay safe. Not now, Bomb King. Didn't you learn your lesson? The exaction bonus damage is a little too hot for them to handle. That's right, Cassie, you certainly are on a roll. And Nara bites the dust from mid-range, and Droxus can't track the roll resets. One shot from death, the epic duel comes to a close, and Droxus down. Still ever watchful, Boft scans for more enemies and finds Ceres just as capture arrives.
Stop the payload.
Back to the drafting then, champions. We're into game number 1 of this best-of-3 semi-final set between WASD Sports and Straight Out of Casuals. So far, we've seen Timber Mill and Fish Market taken off the table. The first map of choice today will be, Serpent Beach. Bans as follows: Ruckus and Makoa also eliminated from the table. The first time we've seen Lian in a couple of rounds, she is immediately snapped up by WASD Sports, putting high prioritization on the latest champion to join the realm. Otherwise, moving forwards, of course, we do have both Fernando and Barrick locked in for the squad of Straight Out of Casuals. This puts an interesting situation on the board for WASD Sports. They're running out of frontliners that they can take, and they'll go into a very early Ashe as well as an early Maldamba, ensuring that that big AoE healing from the Gourd from Maldamba, as well as maybe amending Spirits now after its recent buffs, can't be taken for the double frontline composition that Straight Out of Casuals are running. They instead will snap up Grover and Drogo's here. Dangerous playing Drogo's maybe into the anti-air counter that Lian is, but whilst she is dangerous at range, she's certainly counterable by just throwing the rockets out at her feet, unlike Androxus, who's relatively difficult to hit in the air. And finalizing their lineup then, WASD Sports finished things off with a Cassie, and hovered for a second was Torvald, but electing to maybe go with a safer choice of Inara will be the squad in blue.
This is good having Ashe to be able to move forward and just keep the zone in front, so Leon has that mid-range to work with, and Inara, of course, can hold down point with the help of Maldamba. So a really good draft for the side of the boys from WASD. The Grover pickup is going to be big, but the thing is, you know, with the Saris put there, if they don't have the ability to get King Devil to do the damage as Grover, they're going to be hurting in that department really hard.
It's going to be interesting to see how this game plays out, Shift. I mean, we've got a very tanky lineup for both teams. We're seeing a heavy frontline prioritization, but I'm worried about the Grover here and how they're going to come into play. Their burst healing, as we saw in the last game, does fall off pretty rapidly as Cauterize comes online, and we know that they're going to be more of a damage dealer, potentially playing from the backline, keeping their backline alive rather than looking to play up and in the front line as well. Overall, relatively balanced compositions for both teams, although difficult to kill so far. Creatives on Leon, though. We know this player as a master aimer. How are you feeling about seeing them on the newest champion in the realm?
It's going to be devastating, without a doubt, and it's a big key for the side. You know, if you're playing up against it, is you need to get those shields online. You have to get some way to get the stagger between the Aegis shield, which I hope they would go with here, and of course the barricade. And they need to find a way to mitigate out, because the presence, if she can find multiple targets for 800 damage, is going to be really devastating to, again, trying to keep either the Saris, Drogos, or even the Grover alive.
So only keep your eyes on that, champions. Then we'll be heading back to the map draft screen for a brief period of time, but we will be getting into this game number 1 on Serpent Beach shortly. Don't go anywhere, and we'll see you back in the realm in just a moment. The semi-finals then begin. WASD Sports versus Straight Out of Casuals, kicking things off here on Serpent Beach. My name is Hi-Res Fox. I'm joined by Alan I Hold Shift Donofrio. Alan, we've got WASD Sports fighting out of the blue corner. Can you talk to me about the legendaries and what we'll be seeing today, please?
Indeed, the familiar names. Unbelievable. We'll be using the Ash with the battering ram selected. Precision is the selection for creatives. With, of course, the Leon. Spunky will be using Tremors, interestingly enough, at the moment currently selected for the Inara. Kala with the Spirits chosen. Maldama, Modestina, of course, Exaction, Cassie selected.
Our opponent Straight Out of Casuals rocking out with Frog Blender with Ferocity, Grover, King Devil on Aegis, Fernando, Snipers you on Architectonics, Paradise, Dapples on Mortal Reach, Ceres, RSL on Combustible. Drogo's there, and already the Combustible throwing back Unbelievable, having taken out a significant chunk of their health, but on the objective, Spunky so far able to sustain and get some initial capture on for their team. Ash being brought very low though, and will actually shoulder bash their way to safety to sit on Maldama's board in cover for the time being. This is going to open up the point for Barrack to start getting established.
Oh, first blood going away with Fernando, who's in the back line playing that flank Nando style. A lot of damage being funneled in, but the Gord able to keep Unbelievable in the fight while still countering out as Ash looking for potential to get onto this Grover, who is very close distance, which is the exact time that you want to fight the Grover. Lack of damage up close, but still, this is going the way of Straight Out of Casuals at the moment. Finding another kill is Spunky, who's out of position, gets countered away. Creative's in a lot of trouble as the Leon is going to try to duel things out against the Fernando, but she's not going to win that fight, especially with, of course, the shield being off cooldown. 75% and still counting up for Straight Out of Casuals as Barrack is now sitting up on point.
A big Combustible Fire 6 going straight into the backline, as well as the pressure on the front line being forced out by Straight Out of Casuals. It's forcing the support for WASD Sports to have to try and focus on too many targets at once. Dragon Punch doesn't find anything. Spunky will get the shutdown there and actually able to shut themselves off with their wall there, reducing its cooldown to just 3 seconds as well with the Tremors Legendary, making quite good use of its deployable so far, but just isn't as resilient, isn't as tanky as we're used to seeing Inara without that Mother's Grace Legendary for that Earthen Guard as well. And so far, that's led WASD Sports to be behind in capture.
Yeah, it brings a lot of interesting dynamics to the way that not only the Inara is played, but how the team has to be forced to play it. Of course, not having that extra sustainability makes Maldama have to pocket her a little bit more, and it also means that the damage dealers have to burst down these front lines faster, because the Inara cannot stand up as much as she was able to perform. And of course, the Warder's Field emitting a lot of that slow, and a big impasse wall will actually take King Devil away. The sprint not able to get him beyond the payload, being 2 kills for the side of WASD. Snipers will be the 3rd, and now it's going to be a chase down onto the Ceres, but the impasse wall just not enough distance there. And either way, the shadow travel was enough, but Creatives with the long distance presence able to slice down diced apples.
Can we talk about how Creatives is just accurate with these shots? Yeah, they're running in some difficulty early because the frontliners get straight up in their face, and boxing out versus Grover, not necessarily an easy thing to do, but now being rapidly regenerated by Maldama, they've been putting in some serious work for their squad so far. Top of the damage charts, 24,000 at just 3 minutes and 28 seconds in. Shift, this is feeling like a console damage number right now, as we saw happening at the Paladins Summer Premiere. Those console wars damage numbers stack up fast.
And the big thing as well is Creatives is a really smart player. He knows what the pros and cons of characters are very quickly, using that presence at distance just to continue to get the 800 damage. But beyond that, we're also seeing the 10% extra rifle damage coming out of the precision build, which is one that we see a lot of players have been selecting, this extra poke and prod with that fast speed coming through, because you saw the assert dominance coming out. Kratos finding 1 kill in the aerosol, who drops down very quickly. Frog Blender's the next on target, so no more Ruckus as well. Pardon me, not Ruckus, that's a Grover. And Fernando is able to find the kill on the Spunky. This is again going WASD's way as they clean up completely and find themselves a team white.
I think you've got Grover on the brain after the Hi-Res versus Pros match, man. Your Grover play that game was absolutely insane. And
oh, stop it.
Oh, it's absolutely fantastic. No, I definitely want to see that coming out again. But so far, Frog Blender for the side of Straight Out of Casuals on Grover, rocking out with the wrecked weapon skin here, has been doing some good poke from range, but just doesn't seem to be able to find the kills which they really need to from a distance to be able to try and force the payload through the choke point for WASD Sports. They're trying to box out versus a Cassie and a Lian here. 1 versus 2 doing quite a good job at it, but that healing that they're able to output has been significantly reduced now. Their 1v1 potential goes the same way. Creatives comes from behind, is shut down with a crippling throw from Frog Blender, who gets a massive turnaround and does manage to shut down Lian, but still WASD Sports zone successfully with an impasse wall from Spunky and defend to tie things up at 1-1.
Yeah, pushback from the kinetic burst and the shoulder bash straight into an impasse wall to block the point. Very good control play.
I like the combo.
The frontliners. Yeah, it's very nice. It's actually a really nice strategy indeed. But looking at what we have to deal with at the moment, it is still straight out of Compton, or straight out of Casuals. It's going to be hard for me to not say straight out of Compton. I just saw the movie like a month ago.
I keep on getting caught by that as well, man.
Yeah,
there we go. As you said, net worth chart straight out of Casuals do currently lead that. They're getting tier 2 offensive itemization online. Notably, Spunky actually not going into the cauterized 2 here specifically. Only Creatives and Unbelievable have that online. Maybe enough, may not be enough, but versus the 2 cauterized 2s online for straight out of Casuals and likely going into a maximum of 4 here, it might be more difficult to deal with that as time goes by. I think really one of the game changers is going to be Modestina here with Raka 2 online for Cassie. We saw in the last round how Lian was heavily pressured out by the shields coming through from frontline, but oh my goodness, Creatives manages to shut down the Dragon Punch in midair, picks up a double kill here, looks for maybe a triple kill on the backside. This fight finds good shots versus Frogblender, is going to try and chase them down.
He's going to have a tough spot in actually understanding that he's got no frontliners with him. He needs to back up the impasse wall just to block off any remaining damage that was funneling in towards Leon. And 66 and counting on the percentage capture. You're going to hear Scout will be activated for Cassie. The Dread Serpent to push everyone back away from that impasse wall once again. And Kawa doing a good job of keeping everyone alive right in front of him with that gourd and, of course, the Mending Spirits as well. A very smooth capture for WASD, looking a lot more in control than they were previously in the first round.
And just holding things down, now pushing straight into the backline, looking for further shots. The dismount's coming through, and although we're starting to see maybe this team stabilize straight out of Casuals right outside of that base, the amount of space created by WASD Sports here to be able to push the payload through the initial choke points is supreme, and they're just keeping everybody pinned down. Straight out of Casuals have got to find a couple of crucial picks here. They've either got to deal with the Inara to be able to take that wall off the table, or they've got to try and take down the damage deals around the peripheral of this fight, but so far they're able to do neither, and isolated and alone, shut down once again is King Devil.
Yeah, this is a really good play. Creatives is on the high ground in this Oasis area, able to use the Grace to confirm some damage from afar while still staying mobile, while Modestina is the one who's up in everyone's face with Unbelievable and Spunky. You can see the 3 of them in tandem riding a little bit of a tricycle here as all 3 are pushing right into the spawn, able to zone out, and this is creating more space for the payload. And the whole time, Kawa is back here just throwing out gourds and continuing to get everyone healed. The Sword Dominance coming out for Unbelievable, continuing to put damage down to gourd underneath his feet to keep him healthy throughout. Creative staying alive. The Neil comes out, but Modestina's the one who finds the double kill. Spunky finds himself 3 in the exchange as well. Payload on top of the point, but the shadow travel for Diced Apples is keeping them in it for at least a short amount of time. The kinetic burst away will be enough with the kill potential for Modestina to get 2 straight points, and just, my goodness, the kill streaks that are aligned for WASD are massive.
WASD Sports have reinvented the wheel here with this composition shift because they're rolling straight through their opponents. And currently, I am loving the combination of Ashe and Inara with the Tremors. We can see on screen right now, Spunky just spamming that over and over again. Chronos 2 online reduces the cooldown of their impasse by 20%. That's off the base cooldown, not the cooldown which is reduced to just 3 seconds once they do take the wall down if it isn't destroyed. So further reduction, that impasse is up constantly throughout the duration of this game, and with, as we said, with the cooldown reduction from Chronos getting online, they're really starting to find their flow. Knock them into danger, block them off, or knock them out of the area and keep them separated. WASD Sports is carving a line through their opponents, and straight out of Casuals haven't found a way to recover.
I can't tell if troll build or real meta coming out of Spunky right now, simply because it is really effective, but it can also be devastating. And Airslaw able to actually go up and over on the Spunky with that Dragon Punch, able to find one with Creatives now in a very good spot to continue to frag, able to find one on what was the post-mortem of that Dragon's Fury. Dome Shields here, though, for straight out of Casual, so this is going to tick up very high, 4% per tick on this capture, thanks to the comeback mechanic, but the frags are on the backside. Really good play from WASD to continue to move through, find the picks away from that Dome Shield, then come back to point after it expired.
Straight out of Casuals, 93%. As you mentioned, Shift, they do have some ultimates available to them as well to try and get their way back onto the objective, and they only need to buy maybe 2 or 3 seconds without WASD touching it to be able to capture. Convergence is ready. This could be a big one, but with Inara's impasse available on a 3-second cooldown at max, more like 2.5 right now, it's going to be difficult to find the angle. Convergence comes out, finds absolutely nobody, and Creatives just continues to frag. Neil, she says, missing the ultimate, but Dread Serpent buys time as well post that, and King Devil on Fernando is chased down, shoot through, and torn apart by the Stone Warden, rocking the brand new Icy Skin.
That will do it. Just clean up coming out on the side of WASD around the fight. Really just smart awareness and positioning for this veteran squad, able to know where they need to frag out when they have the opportunity. And like we mentioned, during the Dome Shield being up, they knew they weren't going to be able to contest on the point, and they find themselves kills on the backside and then come back to the barrack get themselves that control. As you mentioned, of course, Spunky able to do a really good job on the objective to get that impasse wall up so much. But again, the 131,000 healing coming out of Kawa, no deaths for him, big numbers.
Really impressive work from Aldamba as well. Really useful combos, specifically in dealing with King Devil diving the backline repeatedly. Kawa was running Spirit's Chosen, so they're able to get that extra 300 health onto players who desperately need it. We saw an interesting engagement between Creatives and King Devil at one point, and rather than backing off, Creatives recognizes that Aldamba has their back, dives straight on through the Fernando onto a Gourd, into a Mending Spirits, and is able to turn around the trade. Great cohesive work from WASD Sports, although they did seem to have a bit of a rocky footing to begin with, if you'll pardon the Inara pun. And it did seem that Inara was one of the champions who wasn't performing up to scratch. That really changed as we saw the playstyle develop as Kronos came online. But early on, this impasse Inara, you mentioned it, Shift, troll build or meta, what does it feel like to you right now? Is this effective, or is Mother's Grace still queen currently?
I think this throws it into the conversation. I mean, we saw a really effective use of the wall throughout the entire match, and Spunky obviously has an idea, as he typically does. He's very like Bitey in this instance. He gets something built in his mind, and he wants to see it flesh all the way out. And that was, I think, the example of it. It's not just the impasse legendary, but it's also taking Kronos 2 with it. I mean, he's got an idea of how to best utilize his character in a different way than what we've seen previously, and it seemed to work out for them here. But again, I mean, this is a matchup that they should dominate, and obviously did, so it'll be interesting to see how effective it is against better teams.
Absolutely, and as the matchup does continue, Shift, you mentioned the WASD Sports. It's one which we're expecting them to dominate. So far, Serpent Beach, that certainly seemed to go their way. But moving forwards, we'll be heading to a completely different map. On your screens, you can see it right now. It's Bright Marsh, a lot less open than Serpent Beach, more confined, but I'm wondering if the Inara Tremors build will be even more effective here, as Bright Marsh on that capture objective only has really 3 main entrances if you discount the side towards the water there, which not many players take because it is funnel shaped, and of course it's low to high ground. You can easily be decimated before you reach the objective. Do you expect to see Inara come out again on this map?
I mean, Inara is kind of a staple on this map, especially with a lot of people who have been utilizing her well, so I'd say the answer should be yes. It just depends on who gets their hands on her first.
Depends entirely what the draft comes down to then, folks. So we'll be back in just a moment. We will have Game 2 on your screens very shortly, and Bright Marsh will be the location where it all goes down. And as promised, map number 2 of Bright Marsh is on your screens right now. We're into the champion draft, and WASD Sports still have first pick. Makora and Ruckus banned again. I'm feeling deja vu here, Shift, as Lian is the first champion to join the team of WASD.
And then going with the double front line, once again, finding value, at least in their mind, with the Fernando. They're going to make up with the Barrack this time. So this is going to pretty much call out the fact that there's going to be an Inara. It just depends on when they decide to take her, since every other frontliner is essentially gone at this point, with the exception of Ash and Torvald. So it'll be interesting to see what priority is put on the side of WASD when it comes to showing their hand with their frontliner. I imagine they don't have to, and they probably feel confident to just go with whatever they feel is more essential, whether it be their support here or a secondary damage dealer to deal with that double frontliner. Got a lot of options as far as their draft comes through.
I feel like securing in their frontline is something which so far WASD Sports have taken priority in, and again we're seeing a very similar draft to last game coming through, but instead of securing Maldamba like we did see in game 1, Drogo is taken off the table, maybe recognizing the value of Fire Spit in the closed and contained area of this Bright Marsh capture.
Yeah, with the Cassie and Maldamba coming out, I think at this point in time, obviously you're going to have the Ceres, but this is a good call, I think, to take the Inara. It was going to be a double front line from the beginning is what we imagined, but against the Cassie especially, an impasse wall could really devastate the damage that could potentially come in from the outside portion of the fight in. Cassie, of course, having no damage fall off. Usually this map likes to dodge roll around the sides of it and just kind of shoot in from a distance, but with an impasse wall blocking, it really forces her hand to jump in a little bit more up close.
That's going to be crucial. Ceres then taken as the final support for WASD Sports. Frog Blender, so far, we've only seen them play Grover in this tournament, but Grover won't be coming out this time, maybe recognizing that they couldn't keep on taking 1v1 duels versus various members of WASD Sports, is electing to rock a Willow pick this time around, and I like this here. I think that Dead Zone is going to have a huge amount of viability on this objective, and their seedlings can provide good denial, but lightly running the Blast Flower Legendary, as seems to be popular at this point in time, the area damage that is going to come out of this will be very, very effective in just dealing with the multiple big bodies on the objective that WASD Sports have put forward.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, I think, mostly where the damage falls in. And we've seen Aerosol have a really good Willow game thus far. The seedlings and the Dead Zone will be really big on top of the point, but it's going to come down to what damage can her with the Cassie bring as far as controlling the outside point of the fight. I mean, Fernando is going to do a decent job with Barrick to just stay alive on the inner portions. It really comes down to, I think, if you're looking at the side of straight out of casuals, what damage can they do on these isolated 1v1s or 2v1s that they might be able to find themselves in along the outside portions of the atrium.
Hopefully a lot, because WASD Sports are poised to take the semi-finals set and advance through to the finals here. Do straight out of casuals have it in them to force this to a game 3, or will they fall? Join us on Bright Marsh to find out. back to Game 2 of this best-of-3 semifinals set between WASD Sports and Straight Outta Casuals. Looking through the legendaries then, similar lineups across the board, with the primary difference being lack of Grover for Straight Outta Casuals and Willow picked up, and Mudastina this time instead of Cassie rocking the Drogos, but the legendaries are as follows. Unbelievable on battering ran Ash, Spunky still on Tremors and Nara running the meme build there, Creatives on Precision, Mudastina on Combustible Drogos and Kawa on Mortal Reach Saris.
And for the side of Straight Outta Casuals, it will be the Wakanda's Chosen. Maldama played by Diced Apples with the Spirits Chosen. King Devil with the Aegis Fernando. Sniper Zoo going to be walking some Cassie this time with Exaction. Aerosol, of course, on the Blast Flower and the Willow. And Frog Blender will be using the Tinkerin on Barret.
So what I'm feeling is that this team, again, has 2 Cassies on it. It's going to be interesting to see how that long-distance damage does stack up. But whilst the Slug from Barret's Tinkering allows him to confirm maybe some more distance damage, we've got to remember that you don't get headshots off the projectile here. And potentially we do see increased viability on a small and compact point fight of just the Architectonics legendary, which was for the most part the preferred legendary for Barret for a long, long time. But straight to the objective, WASD Sports already able to lock up 75% and climbing as Spunky just zones everybody out. The Impasse blocking every single pathway towards this objective. Down comes the wall again, 3 seconds on cooldown. Barret dashes in, but straight away, Spunky able to survive momentarily, but is taken out by a good placed or well-placed seedling from Willow.
Creatives in the flex and the flank coming in, though, will find himself 3 total kills in this engagement. 2 of them coming in double kill fashion. And now it's just the Fernando left alive. Mudastina able to throw 1 nice big fire spit in. And of course, Unbelievable able to clean up the rest of that. So it is just too much damage funneling through. And of course, you saw the Impasse wall is continuing to push people towards the outside portions of this atrium in the center. It's been Mudastina's job to just do all the damage. He's been doing it and finding some damage here in the open field as well. The double kill to his name already. We're chasing down more Mudastina, not even using the thrust, just finding long distance shots that are committing and finding the targets he wants.
Brutal.
Able to turn around and hit King Devil as well up close after securing the long distance fire spit onto Frog Blender. 2 more from Mudastina.
And so far, I mean, the point capture was all about Inara and just the zoning capabilities. This payload push has been all about Mudastina, and now they're charging Dragon Punch. Immediately take down Diced Apples, who is playing, of course, Maldamba, trying to provide some support for their team. Throws up fire spits towards Barrack, who's evaporated by Creatives, and the payload continues to move completely unhindered here. Straight Outta Casuals can barely make it out of base. They're struggling to find any kind of purchase. They've got to start making picks, but they don't seem to be able to shut anybody down, because as soon as a member gets low, out comes Kawa. The Restore Soul is good enough to keep everybody alive, and WASD Sports push successfully under 3 minutes, and they're already up 2-0.
It's just funny to see, again, the Impasse walls forcing all of Straight Outta Casuals to go one way or the other. And when teams like WASD get you where they want you, they will make you punish. It's just unbelievable to see how well WSD continues to function after having a couple of weeks of not getting a lot of practice because the other contenders have been playing on the OB52 patch. They have an idea as far as what they want to bring to the table early on here in this next round of competitive play, obviously with the ESL, but of course the Global Series coming up soon, and of course that Paladins Premier League that we're all very excited for announcements on. They're kind of throwing in their own 2 cents as far as what kind of team dynamic they want, and this Ash and Nara gameplay with the Leanne kind of being the glue in the middle has been very successful against Straight Outta Casuals.
Well, if you want to find success in a competitive scene, you can't afford to just match your opponents. You've got to set the trend. And speaking of that, shut down is the shield from King Devil as Seismic Crash comes through. Possible double kill for Mudastina, but Ash deals it away. Fire Spit comes out and throws Willow skywards. Again, the zoning pressure of WASD Sports is supreme, and Straight Outta Casuals have no answer to it. They don't seem to be able to find a way onto the objective, get themselves established, and aren't adapting their playstyle to actually suit and potentially counter what WASD are throwing at them.
Nara's on point. Ash is over towards the perspective left, just kinetic bursting and shoulder bashing people away. It's just total objective control. And WASD is learning especially how important it is not only to keep the supports alive, but also to have massive numbers when it comes to your objective time. They're doing a good job of doing it. Creatives, who was on a killing spree, will drop after he was able to get that enlightenment through. But Mudastina is taking over the baton now, running right up and down the map with this thrust and finding salvo and fire spits like that are converting. There's another one to connect on Aerosol, and it's now Sniper Zoo who's the next target, falling very low. Kawa will clean that one up, and once again you can see Unbelievable right up front in this payload conversion spawn. is just ready to shield everybody away.
And with proxy detonation on Ash's weapon shots now, very easy to dismount with Ash, so good positioning from them. Modestina receives the Restore Soul as well when they channel Dragon Punch. Don't manage to find anything off the back of it, and don't manage to detonate their Fire Spit either. Sent straight to the ground by a Cassie disengage. In a very vulnerable position is the Dragon, but still they manage to stay alive. The Fire Spit again not detonated, but they go up onto the high ground in the base spawn, look for damage on the Cassie, and keep on receiving healing from Ceres. Godlike, double kill for the Dragon. WASD Sports close out this game, and everything that you said, Shift, about them dominating this matchup, well, it's come true.
Modestina, we gave so much praise for his Droxus gameplay a couple months ago, has clearly been adapting his own play style. I mean, he just played Drogos in such flawless fashion, able to flick shot left and right when he's got someone directly under or around him, but on top of that, better utilizing salvos and fire spits than we've seen a lot of Drogos players in the same caliber of team as WASD is. And this is just really good to see how they're all adapting. The continual question for me on WASD is how well will they stick together to these roles, though? That's the big thing, is they continually flex back and forth between different picks, and they really lack an identity, although that's not the case here.
No, they very well adapted that. I mean, we're seeing the flexibility maybe at times be detrimental to teams where one person will play every single role, but so far that's been working out for them. And it's interesting to see Spunky on a frontliner here as well. 0, 1, and 12 was their slash line in the previous, or excuse me, in that game too on Brightmarsh. But 100 objective time, 17,000 damage for a player that wasn't very much in the fight, was just able to do their work on this champion without actually dealing damage, without causing a big impact in terms of frag potential, just with the positioning that WASD forced their opponents into. And with displacement and with just straight up impasse blocks on the table, they executed this strategy flawlessly. Moving forwards, WASD Sports will be entering the finals of today's Cup. And if I'm not mistaken, we'll have to just double check this and reach some confirmation. It is Flashpoint Paladins who have also advanced as well. So we're seeing a relatively common rematch here between two of the up-and-coming European juggernauts, as maybe they will be able to dethrone District 69 and Gangstars, who took a bit of a fall at the Paladins Summer Premiere. But Shift, I want to talk about something different right now, and I'm going to have a video to walk you through the process very shortly. You mentioned during that game a few specific words which I'm looking for. Paladins Global Series, if I'm not mistaken. And that's a brand new tournament series which we have coming up for PC Paladins. And as the name suggests, it is global indeed. So sit back and again, stay tuned. We have a video explaining how you can get involved in this tournament series on your screens in just a second. And we'll be back with the finals before you know it.
Over 14 million champions have answered the call, taking up arms to defend the realm. And with so much incredible Paladins talent out there, Hi-Res Studios is excited to provide a platform where the best of the best can outshine the rest. Today, we're announcing the $350,000 Paladins Global Series. This worldwide tournament series will provide consistent, high-quality competition for aspiring professional players to develop their skills, get noticed, and get paid for it. This is the biggest community esports tournament ever. We're inviting Paladins PC players in Southeast Asia, Russia, North America, Brazil, Latin America, Europe, and Oceania to compete in monthly regional tournaments backed with cash and crystal prizes. The first 3 weeks of every month will hold open bracket tournaments to qualify the 8 best amateur teams from every region, with crystal prizing for the winners. That means it's open to you and your friends, no restrictions, and no Paladins Premier League ringers to crush your dreams of esports glory. Then it's time for the monthly championship, with tens of thousands of dollars in prizing on the line worldwide. Form your team and get ready. Competition starts August 1st and runs for 10 months, with cash payouts at the end of every month. The $350,000 Paladins Global Series will be organized through a Facebook group, a link to which can be found in the description of this video. And games will be broadcast Monday through Friday. This is the largest community tournament series the gaming world has ever seen, and we hope you're as excited as we are. Looking for more info on the future of professional Paladins play? Stay tuned. We'll have more details on the all-new Paladins Premier League in the coming weeks. And for our Xbox One and PlayStation 4 players, the console wars will return this January at Hi-Res Expo 2018, with a qualifying path to be announced soon. So whether you're a seasoned pro, a console master, or just starting out in the scene, there's never been a better time to jump into Paladins esports. The only question left is, do you have what it takes to be a champion?
It is game number 1 here, champions, and we do have our draft on screen. Flashpoint versus WASD Sports. Unlike what it actually says on our draft screen, this should be Frog Isle and Siege, not Payload on Serpent Temple. That's, we'll put that down to a bug, folks. The band's coming up now, though. Fernando taken off immediately. Interesting to see that one taken away. Scorch Fernando definitely coming to the forefront of the scene as time goes by, but I wonder how we'll see the other respond. Lian taken away as well. Don't give that to creative, as they say, and don't give that to potentially a member of this Flashpoint squad who are currently going with the first pick Ruckus fighting out of the blue corner.
This is interesting to see, and again, front lines, I have to imagine that that's what we're going to see are the priority for these teams, as I imagine they probably will be early on in this this iteration of OB54 and this next level of competitive gaming. And Paladins and Cassie is one of the best, I think, to pick up in the face of a double front line if you're looking for direct damage, but also because of the lack or the not having damage fall off, she is a very viable option to get Wrecker with. And so it'll be interesting to see what happens. And ooh, interesting, it will be 3 front lines selected for WASD.
Going with the tanky composition so far, looking to get on that point and just hold it down. And they actually have the double displacement to be able to do so quite effectively. They've got Ash who can push players away, and Makoa who can pull players in, so isolating or potentially denying that point control to Flashpoint with their composition. It'll be interesting to see how Flashpoint will respond. Okay, at this point I wasn't expecting Torvald. I was expecting maybe the Inara, but Torvald has come through as well. I wonder what we're going to see here. Potentially very viable, just due to the fact that they can drain shields really quickly, but I'm going to, we'll have to check in and see if they're running with the Field Study Legendary or maybe an alternating current here.
It'll be really interesting, I think, just there's a lot of interesting dynamics that could come out of a Torvald in this map. Of course, the environmental hazard is huge. But with having a protective shield, whether it does have field study or not, is going to save some lives against Kinessa specifically. Oh, yes. So I really like that pickup a lot, and especially, I mean, you got to figure it's going to be field study, because you throw that on a Ruckus, he becomes extremely more dangerous in the damage department while also still being a frontliner. It's just an interesting dynamic that Flashpoint's trying to bring to the table. Utilizing the Torvald that we saw was a big factor in the finals of Valencia, and how it might translate to a couple patches a little bit more recently.
Right, Torvald, nerfed shield, but still potentially just as dangerous. And as we had to figure out Torvald on the fly during those games which QG played at DreamHack Valencia, we'll have to see exactly how this is going to go down. The finals here today between Flashpoint and WASD Sports in the ESL Go4Paladins Europe Cup number 17.
Wait for the moment to seize you and you will be free. Everything comes back around if you only believe. I feel a glow in my heart, that's you inside of me. All the world's riches and diamonds will one day be sold. Trinkets will just hold you down, but life takes its toll. Everything you'll ever need is inside of your soul. You give me
Game 1 then of this best of 3 final set between Flashpoint and WASD Sports is now on your screen, kicking things off here on Frog Isle. Let's go through the legendaries, as starting on the left-hand side of your screen, it is Flashpoint with Kokok running Spirit's Chosen Maldamba, it's Bidna on Exaction Cassie, Fishko on Combustible Drogos, Phoenix on Field Study Torvald, and Cephicloud on Aerial Assault Ruckus.
And it will be the pluck from Akoa for creatives. Spunky will be utilizing the Tinkerin on the Barakawa once again on the Ceres with more reach. Unbelievable with the third tank of 3 using Battering Ram Ash, and Modestina is going to be trying to get that steady aim online with Kanessa. And
it's interesting to see, especially I think the Tinkerin coming out now for Barrack on Spunky. It's going to give them a lot more mid-range pressure for the side of WASD Sports. They're running 3 frontliners, so having Barrack who's able to chip players down 650 damage per shot from range is going to be very, very useful here, and the projectile doesn't have fall-off, so just really augmenting what they're able to do. Modestina takes the high ground on Kanessa, maybe looking for Drogas to peek their head over, and Torvald's already lost their personal shield, so has to be careful here. And so far, Flashpoint have no way onto the objective. This is all looking good for WASD.
Why are they so spread apart is my question. You have 3 frontliners. You know, you're fighting up against 3 frontliners. You need to find one at a time, and Flashpoint is just not committing whatsoever, while WASD is just happy to sit back, get these turrets set up, and utilize these frontliners one by one. Just kind of go in, all right, I'm full, I'll take the point. Now I'm full, I'll take the point, and Flashpoint's just sitting here and letting Modestina set up for free.
Well, part of the problem was as well, we just saw there, Torvald sitting, finds 2 barrack turrets, goes, I don't really know what to do here. I'm not going to step onto the point and contest. I'm just going to kind of sit here and die eventually as they do get pulled in by Makoa. WASD have written the pace of this game wholly to their tune so far and continue to do so as the first capture goes through to them in 2 minutes.
This is just, I'm so baffled by what's happening in front of us. Flashpoint looks completely like they've never played up against the 3 frontline before. They're not focusing. They're not finaling their damage one spot. Another Phoenix is out here by himself as Torvald. He's got no help whatsoever. This Torvald's extremely out of position, and now Creatives is able to pull him, and he's down. That's the big frontliner, and now these 3 tanks that are on the side of WASD have full control of the point.
And again, every single time they try and group up shift, we're seeing Ash kinetic burst them away. Dread Serpent already charged is going to be used by Flashpoint here to try and hold some players down on the backside of this fight, but nothing gained from it. Dome Shield is ready for Spunky. WASD Sports just withdraw from the back of that ultimate and keep on pushing forwards, looking for maybe some flank angles onto Cephicloud's Ruckus, who's forced away from the fight and must withdraw. Modestina takes Fishko out of the air and the push continues.
This is just absolutely incredible to see how much space Modestina is getting with this team and how free he's able to move. Convergence coming out will not really be used for much as Creatives is able to pull Phoenix in, so Convergence not finding anything, but still Flashpoint is not able to contest whatsoever. They don't have any way to break down any of these shields yet, and the fact of the matter is they're not doing any damage, so they're not getting any credits, and they're not getting any kills, so they're just not able to find any way to get their records online. Aerial Assault will get Cephicloud back to the point as the Ruckus drops very quickly as Modestina is able to track him very easily, and all of these other damage dealers are here. Hyper Beam is trying to be used. It will find just the one of Modestina, but the rest of the frontliners and, of course, the big healing body of Ceres are still here, and none of the 4 that were just mentioned were even close to falling. A very quick 2-0 for WASD.
And Flashpoint then is stripped of credits. Entertaining to see thrown off the map Modestina, transported back onto the map to only be thrown off the map again as the Hyper Beam was continuing. But look at the net worth chart on your screen right now. Just everything is in the red. The good kind of red if you're WASD, less so if you're Flashpoint, and their offensive itemization is still tier 1. Fishko the only player with enough credits to really want to go into Haven here. We could see Flashpoint itemize into other tier 1 items, but they recognize the necessity of getting their Cauterize online and getting the Wreckers online as well. And whilst they do have Torvald to help strip some of these shields out, Phoenix is being caught out of position again and again, displaced by Makoa, pushed around by Ash, and isn't finding the effective shield kills which they really need to.
Yeah, it's... I'm at a loss. I mean, Flashpoint's going to have such a tough point, you know, getting back on. I mean, they're down really bad in itemization. Dome Shield used actually in the backline, Spunky to keep himself alive and do a little bit of extra damage. This is going to allow Modestina and Kawa to turn around, but there's too much damage from the dodge roll from the Cassie to take down the Kanessa, but still the point is in control of the big frontliners from WASD. They're looking for a kill on the Cogog. He's falling very low. The protective shield does run out. Modestina is not here yet, so the damage has to come from somebody else, and Spunky will be the one who finds himself 2 of the kills, while Unbelievable was there putting the pressure on. Staying alive is the Ash, and now Kanessa back in the fight looking for those long-range shots.
You know, Spunky just isn't missing these shots on Barrack as well, rocking the Tinker and Legendary. Again, we made the remark at the start of the game how they can provide a lot more mid-range damage. currently topping the damage charts is Fat Cassie. 37,000 damage, and Cassie rapidly following up, now exceeding them will be its Bittner, but still not enough to turn the tide, as so much of that damage is just into big bodies on the objective, which again is healed up repeatedly, and as Cassie is shut down by creatives, and WASD forced themselves into Flashpoint spawn. A clear difference, not just in draft, but in individual and team-based skill seems to be presenting itself here.
Well, it's the individual skill of Modestina just doing so much damage with this Canessa, and then the team play up front of WASD. The rest of the four of them are playing as a team, while Modestina is just like, all right, guys, you do your thing, I'll do mine, and together we'll probably get a 4-0, and that's exactly what's happening at the moment. Once again, Phoenix out of position. We'll see if anyone collapses on this Torvald. He's got some teammates nearby, but now you can see, here comes Makoa and Ash right into the face of the old grandfather, pulled right back into danger. Phoenix is going to fall, and without Torvald here, once again, that's a lot of shielding off the table and a big health pool that's completely gone.
And as you mentioned, every single time the frontliners go down, they're left without support because everybody else is pressured back into their spawn by Modestina. Forcing the way to the front line will be creators on a 12 streak on Makoa right now. Ancient Rage is channeled and ready if they need to activate it, and they are fighting out against the Ruckus. Pops out the Shell Shield momentarily, gets CC'd, can't pull out Ancient Rage in time. This might be the opportunity for Flashpoint to try and stall out, but WASD just throw down a Dome Shield and retreat for the time being, saving their members, keeping them alive, and wait for the respawns to come through as at last a couple are chased down.
Yeah, Phoenix able to find the Hyper Beam from Torvald to throw one off the map. Spunky was able to just narrowly hang on to his life, but was, as you saw, completely converted on while the rest of Flashpoint was moving in and to secure the kill. Now unbelievable, trying to get some hazard and presence of his own on the ledge, perspectively left for man. He's got a couple people in front of him. He's looking for a kinetic burst, but does not have one that he could really find to secure any kills, or at least any hazard of a kill, while the rest of his team is coming up and following up behind him. But Modestina again using the teleporter to get out of the wall, as Canessa looking for that long line of sight. Assert dominance coming out from Ash right on top of the payload point. Convergence will follow up with it. We'll only find one. Hexafire channel from downtown has got nobody in sight whatsoever, so a waste of ultimate there, while Ancient Rage is being used for creatives in the back line, able to find one of them. Now the headhunter coming out for Canessa. Can she find the kills? Line of sight is not in her favor, but the rest of her team is completely overwhelming, and WASD is about to find themselves the full team wipe. It's just Cassie left alive, but she can't get back in time. A very smooth and collected 4-0 for WASD.
Modestina missing a lot of shots there on Canessa right towards the end, but they were doing the damage without doing the damage is what it really felt like. By providing just a constant threat as Canessa, so much line of sight was sought by the squad of Flashpoint that they're putting themselves in an unfavorable position versus this triple frontline dominance, which WASD's pulled out, and a great draft from them. Flashpoint unable to find any kind of counter to it, despite the Torvald pickup and maybe just banking on that to be able to shoot through the shields. They fall very quickly. Nice 4-0 from the squad of WASD, and now looking towards game number 2 shift.
And this is not...
what do we really have to say to that? It was a 10-minute game versus one with Flashpoint, who looked to be potentially a second-place contender during the Paladins Summer Premier Online qualifiers.
This was really ugly, I think, from the side of Flashpoint. I mean, they didn't have really anything going for them. Phoenix was out by himself so often. 7 deaths. There's no follow-up whatsoever. 2 players with 0 kills. I mean, that's just not what you want to see. Only a maximum coming out as far as kills go. I mean, there was only 8 total deaths for the side of WASD. I mean, that's just really good control from their side, and Flashpoint didn't punish anyone at all from the side of these 3 frontliners. They let all the space happen from Canessa. I mean, if they find themselves up against another 3 frontline comp, I mean, this looks like the first time they've ever seen it before.
Yeah, they didn't see, I'd really just know how to deal with it. And whilst we have seen various champion buffs and nerfs, and whilst Bomb King might have potentially provided a good counter towards the triple frontline composition in previous patches, I mean, even with Accelerant nerfed, or Accelerant changed now, I should say, still very effective. Against 3 shields, maybe we could have even seen a Demolition come out as well, but just inexperienced in terms of drafting, going more with comfort picks rather than something which potentially could have dismantled this composition. Flashpoint Paladins need to find a way back into it, and you can see on your screen right now that that will be happening, if anywhere, on Jag Falls. So sit tight and stay tuned. Map number 2 of this best of 3 grand finals will be coming up shortly. We'll see if WASD will close it out again in a 4-0 style and sweep Flashpoint completely off the table, or if Flashpoint have it in them to make a comeback and force a game 3 out of this veteran squad. And for potentially the final time today, we see two teams clash head-to-head in the champion draft on your screens between Flashpoint and WASD Sports for the map of Jaguar Falls. My name is Hyres Vox, joined by Shift, Bands Shift. What are we seeing come out this time? Cassie actually taken off the table is something I find surprising here.
Very surprising. And this is going to be interesting as we see the bands develop. I mean, there are just so many other characters right now that do well damage-wise. Like Cassie, yeah, good, but Leanne has also been very strong so far as we've seen her, and she is the first overall lock. Ruckus also taken off the table, but again, there are so many other combos for front lines that could be put together. Of course, the Ruckus getting off the table means no repulsor field, which is big as far as the team impact goes for keeping them away from that extra damage, whether it's 30 or 60%, of course, depends on the legendary choice. But again, as we see, frontliners selected, it is going to be the Fernando and the Barrack locked in tandem for the side of Flashpoint.
And those seem to be the two popular combos, right? So far we've seen Ash paired with Makoa now, as well as Nara, but Barrack and Fernando, they go, no, we want both of these together for the most part, and they have been relatively effective. I think Cog locking in the Fernando there, unlikely to be playing that, but Fernando very much seems to be running semi-Aegis, more so towards the Scorch playstyle now, maybe looking for a bit of backline distraction. We'll have to see if they're going to go for a Bruiser Fernando, or if potentially Flashpoint Paladins are just going to get themselves onto the objective and try and sit there and try and sustain through an onslaught of damage from WASD. But with a Willow drafted to their composition, this looks like exactly the opposite, actually.
Yeah, indeed, it has to be the Ceres picked up with this as far as the support goes, and the Bomb King also taken, so it's going to be on Leanne to really focus down this Willow when she makes herself presentable to that heirloom rifle. And whatever and this last pick, I think, it's a takeaway, I think, at some point, because Fishko would have been able to pick up the Bomb King here, and with Flashpoint not having that, it's going to be interesting to see what they go with. I think they definitely need some extra damage, and I was going to say, I wonder if it'll come out of a secondary source like a Pip or a Grover, but it actually will be coming from a Grok, interestingly enough.
And this sort of makes sense to me. If any team has actually played more of this, Flashpoint have rocked out with the Grok before, certainly, and are going to be looking maybe for a Totemic Ward here. There's a lot of crowd control on the side of WASD's draft with Convergence, Treadjanker, King Bomb, and Grumpy Bomb, as well as the Kinetic Burst and Shoulder Bash. So with 4 players having the potential to set up a lot of stuns, a lot of kills onto the squad of Flashpoint, I like what Itzbitner will be playing here, and we're going to have to see if that will be the legendary of choice as we do get ready to head into game. Once again, folks, as always, there is a 3-minute timer on the clock, but stay tuned. Flashpoint versus WASD, Game 2, coming up next. And we're back straight into game number 2 here on Jaguar Falls, with WASD clenching a very, very secure victory in game 1 on Frog Isle. They're looking to continue that trend and force out Flashpoint in just 2 games here. Flashpoint, it's going to be up to them to try and stop them, but will the compositions this time maybe lead more towards Flashpoint's favor? We're about to find out. Of course, it will be for the left-hand side of your screen. WASD Sports starting with Kawa running Mortal Reach Ceres. Spunky will be on block. Makoa Creatives on Chain Reaction bonking. Medicina on Precision. Lian and battering around Ash for Unbelievable.
And for Cog on the Maldama, it will be Wakono's Wrath once again. It's Spinner taking the Totemic Ward, Stepping Cloud with the Scorch, Phoenix with the Tinkered, and Fishko with the Blast Flower. Interesting to see those choices coming out.
We're going to have to see if maybe this Willow can cause a bit of an impact on the objective, as so far the fight is happening around the peripheral. Missed Dredge Anchor from Spunky, so nobody pulled in. If that had caught Fishko, it would have been certain, or would have meant certain death, and that would have been very, very dangerous for this red squad. WASD Sports, they do pick up first blood, but 3 quick kills roll in the favor of Flashpoint, who dismantle every effort from WASD and start to hold the objective. A completely different workaround from them previously. I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Yeah, Medicina is sacrificing himself just to be back and respawn with his team. Good, smart play there, because he was going to get surrounded and staggered out very immensely. Now minimizing that delay as much as he possibly can. Speaking of delay, though, they're going to have to get back as fast as possible because they cannot delay any longer. 75% is the point, and of course it is being set up. A lot of turrets are here, and Willow's in a nice secure spot. Brock able to keep himself away from damage from Medicina, who's walking backwards back towards his point, as Spunky is here with Unbelievable. The Makoa and Ash setting up the front line, and from around the side, first and foremost, Creatives does fall, but Fishko is the next target. Medicina has an angle, is going to chase it down. 1 shot, 2 shot, confirm, and make that almost a second, as Cog was taking a lot of burst as well. Thank you to the combo of Grace.
And that's really important there, that also Modestino is able to stay alive, as 81% to Flashpoint, 57, 60, and climbing now are WASD. And the zone coming through from this team is nice and split. I like the angles which WASD are holding, trying to make sure that nobody can come through Darkroom, but also they're locking off the main avenue of entry, but Spunky gets forced out very, very low on health. Bayflight comes round, but it's just not finding anything, and Modestina has their eye on them. King Bomb potentially comes through, but Modestina executes Fishko. Cog finds a return, but is quickly shut down as well. Could Modestina see a triple kill? But the frontline pressure from Flashpoint is just too much. Phoenix is back on the objective alongside Sephi Cloud, forcing out Ash, who's trying to stay alive. Assert Dominance not available, already used by WASD, and now there's a Dome Shield in the objective, but Conversions follows up, and Phoenix, just barely stays alive momentarily.
Now the dead zone will mitigate any healing coming in as well. Kawa did fall very early. Good play from Fishko to use that Fade Flight to get right into the face of Ceres and takes her out. That was the entirety of why Flashpoint was continually able to win those little isolated 1-on-1s and 2-on-2s, is the fact that there was no one on the side of WASD to heal him up. So first point going the way of Flashpoint.
Much better just play overall from Flashpoint this time. They seem to have, well, found a solution here, and it's very important. 99 to 99, not a close or not a very easy win for Flashpoint nevertheless, but still when it came down to it, when it came to the crux of the matter, they were able to at least take that first objective. 2 minutes left on the payload clock, moving very fast forwards. WASD are for the most part trapped in their base, and a couple of key and crucial ultimates are available for Flashpoint. Immortal is online, and as is Dread Serpent.
It's going to be big to see when and how they are utilized. There it is. The Dread Serpent coming out near the ledge side will actually push a couple people away. And Brock able to finish off the Bomb King. Agent Rage, though, right in the face of the other front line. The Stepping Cloud falling very low. Will be chased down. Spunky feeling free to shell spin in, but not able to find the last bit of damage. Tempest triggered just a little bit too late, though. So now it's Brock who's in a little bit of trouble. But the Fade Flight, that was actually not Fade Flight, just fluttered up to the high ground is Fishko, who's able to sit back up here and continue to do damage for free. And that's exactly what you want to do if you're Willow, still up top, doing a lot of damage, plugging away Unbelievable, who continues to not get any healing thanks to, again, the Dead Zone proc right on top of that payload. Now going up into that Fade Flight is Fishko, looking for some damage, but the King Bomb comes right over the top for Creatives, and the Bomb King able to find 1 stun, but not any damage or kills afterwards.
And it's just trades back and forth between these two teams. Unbelievable says, I'll handle it. Ash goes into Assert Dominance, but Phoenix cleans up Spunky. Convergence pulls nobody in as well. The shields too good from Flashpoint, keep themselves covered, and now Dome Shield available again for Phoenix. Rampage and 5 streak for Barrack with their Tinker and Blunderbuss. Getting ready to set up if any sign of contest comes through, but Cog slays Modestina. Creatives goes down as well. Spunky tries to contest, but Shell Spin is a fraction of a second too late, and Flashpoint are up 2-0 this game.
This is all the backside of just, again, the shield gameplay between the Fernando and Barrick has been really strong. And then, of course, going back and forth, there's a gourd on the ground, there's a totem on the ground. They're able to stagger these abilities really, really nicely. And that's what's allowed them to get not only mitigation from damage thanks to the shields, but also reversal of the damage thanks to the healing coming out from both of the support characters. Of course, healing numbers-wise, you wouldn't expect the Grok to be up at the same level of Maldamba. He's still about 11,000 below. But the fact of the matter is, he's only 11,000 below. That's a really good number when you're looking at a totemic ward holding a Grok.
You're not wrong there, and especially we'll see if that continues to come out of play as this point fight will continue. Round 2 on your screens right now, and let's tune in with none other than the Lightning Orc themselves. It's Bittner, a new addition to the Flashpoint squad, throws out some initial poke, but doesn't actually find anything in the face of a shield, but then is able to place down their totemic ward, find some CC immunity, and escape around the corner without being pulled in by Spunky. Has to be careful here. Unbelievable looks to force them out as Ash, and does get a secure kill. And this big flank coming out from WASD Sports is trying to shut down Flashpoint before they get themselves established, but it's not actually finding as much efficacy as the point is already in control and 60% and rising.
Way too slow if you're WASD, 72%, and now you're just starting to contest. And the bad news about that is the players that you did kill are now back in the fight. They're coming right back in it. Barrick did fall, and now with Cog falling on the Maldamba is really big. So WASD should get some point control, but they were very narrowly taking way too long with how they were staggering that flank. And Flashpoint was almost able to completely surround him thanks to that respawn proximity, but less is the case as WASD now has the point control, and unbelievable on this Ash is ready to zone everything away.
And really importantly as well, Mudastina locks off the Dark Room again, coming through his Phoenix, but then being pressured out by Spunky. Dome Shield available again, but Kawa takes them out this time. On the objective, Tempest is being used, but Spunky takes out its Bittner. Grace not going to actually hit the mark, neither is the ultimate from Mudastina. Can't shut down Willow from the air, but hits so many successive shots in a row with Lian here, leading the objective capture to favor WASD, and with the respawns being too far away, Flashpoint can't find a way back in. WASD capture, and now 1-2 start to find their way back into this game. Shift, I gotta ask you there, Phoenix was on the objective through at the majority of that capture, steps off for 1 second, gets pulled in by Spunky and dies. Was that the turning point for you?
I think the big one was the fact that Maldamba was picked apart on the back end of that flank. That was a big moment, though, as well. And that just goes to show that WASD is going to make you pay for any mistakes in positioning. And they're doing the same thing here as both Creatives and Kawa, the Bomb King and Sarah, is able to find 2 kills. Grok will return 1 on Mudastina, but Fernando's falling very low. Will fortunately get a shield from his companion in Grok. But Makoa, actually, interestingly enough, trying to go for a very extended, aggressive flank behind that, what was the left-handed setup for the side of Flashpoint, are now finding themselves low on numbers, and WSD is on the back foot and retreating quickly. Will they be able to get out? Mudastina's full HP is right here to help out, is now using Grace to move around the side, looking for these auto attack shots, but meanwhile, Cephacloud on the Barrick, on the side of the Fernando is helping Barrick come around the outside of this fight, and will find himself 3 total kills. The payload is still kind of being contested. Spunky, though, is by himself, and this will surely be another death to him.
There we go. Cog on a killing spree now. Picks up 3 in a row and is able to help that team defend successfully with 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock. It's not over for WASD by any means. Although Flashpoint now are getting chipped apart a little bit. Fishko being brought very low. Will have to retreat all the way back towards their allied base. And Cog can't find the Mending Spirits for a second or two and has to rely on Eerie Presence resets to be able to do so. Maybe paying too much attention to their Snake Toss arc, and Spunky gets straight towards the backline, potentially trying to drive again a wedge between the front line and the back line of Flashpoints.
This will be a really interesting moment with 43 seconds. Who's going to use the ultimates first? So far, once again, Spunky continues to try to force himself up front without much support from the rest of his team. You can see exactly where Creatives is now on the Bomb King, is playing this little secret cubbyhole, was not there to help out with any damage, and Kawa was still on cooldown, not able to get the Restore Soul up, and he dies very quickly. Flashpoint is happy to take this one away from them and continue to put the pressure on. This, in their mind, should equal an easy 3-1 if this continues. Spunky, once again, now by himself, is on the Jaguar Falls right-hand side for him on the map, is looking for an opening, but they're so split apart. This time he does have Creatives with him.
Dredjanka did miss there, but Creatives not able to find the frag on a Cog, staying alive as Maldamba just had health, and down goes the Totemic Ward. Cog gets back to full, and the support continues to, well, support their team here. In fact, was that already? It was an Ancient Rage used by Spunky to try and break this defense open. Was successful in finding 2 kills alongside Creatives, assert dominance as well. WASD throwing everything that they have at the wall to try and equalize this point, and it's Bittner is going to be diving towards base to try and stay alive. Respawns from Flashpoint. Flashpoint come out, the ultimates are ready. King Bomb could be channeled here preemptively, but Creatives doesn't even need it as Spunky shuts down Fishko in combination with Ash. Dread Serpent finds absolutely nothing. Kokok, though, turns things around with a fantastic Snake Stun, and will this be enough for them to hold on?
The Enlightenment is going to find nothing but a shield of Fernando getting pushed back by Kinetic first and shoulder bash. And Blibble doing what he can to hold on, but the Tempest is keeping the rest of the front line for Flashpoint alive. Spunky getting a stun from Cog. Maldama able to impact the fight here and there as he can. Will help the successful defense and really good patience from Flashpoint. It was actually the Fernando played by Cephacloud who was still mounted while the rest of his team kind of went in from the front. He came around to the side to make sure that the payload contested and did not get the last little bit of distance to convert. If he were to have gone out the same doors as the rest of his team, he would have been dismounted, and that very well could have been a point for WASD, but nevertheless, the knowledge stands, and Flashpoint continues to hold an edge by 2 points, and they still have 2 ultimates of their own in this next engagement.
That's knowledge with a capital K there as well. And throughout the duration of this game as well, Shift, one of the things which I've been observing is that this time around, we saw Snake Toss Maldama, but this Wakono's Wrath used by Coco previously to not much effect, seems to be having quite the different effect this game. The stun setup coming from this champion, the support, is actually setting up a lot of kills for Flashpoint. We'll see if that continues. Fishko already in Fae Flight tries to open up this game, but is finding very little damage from this. Likely to be an ultimate waste in this situation, as no kills are being achieved, and Creative's going so far as to actually box out versus the Willow in midair with their Bomb King.
Yeah, once again, unbelievable, not able to get away from the dome shield and turrets that were placed on the point. Spunky has been sitting idle in this torture, just trying to get his health back, and actually it's Cog who puts him right back down to 50% HP. Able to find a kill, though, is the Makoa player. Creative's falling low, is going to catch a Restore Soul from Ceres. Bomb King looking to have an impact. Will be able to help Spunky with the kill, finding him too. And now Grok low HP, Barrack low HP. Creative smells blood. He gets himself a double kill. This is going to be surely a full team wipe for WASD in smooth fashion, even though the initial aggression from Flashpoint seemed strong.
That just seemed very foolish play from Flashpoint, because as you said, the initial aggression was so strong, and then the initial aggression just continued where perhaps it shouldn't have done. Flashpoint overextend, they send their Willow into danger, and with them going down, it leaves their, well, frontline and backline completely open, as this major source of damage is just stripped away from them. Kokok now taken out by Unbelievable with a shot around the corner. Creative is able to shut down Cephacloud as well. Overtime is ticking. It's currently 3-1 in favor of Flashpoint, but it's 99% to WASD, and they capture as It's Bitten is just not able to get their toe on the objective in time. 2-3, WASD Sports finding a way back in.
Very narrowly. I thought for a second that Grok was just going to be able to inch his way forward, but the timer expires just as he gets that big orc foot down on the point. It's just a matter of seconds, and that would have been possibly a total turnaround, but regardless, WASD now finding themselves their second point. Grumpy Bomb up top, able to find a lot of damage, but mostly on the shields and deployables and not on the health pools. Tempest being used to make sure it continues to stay that way, as Creatives is on full retreat and is in a lot of trouble. No one there to help him whatsoever. Modestina's trying to poke, but again, where's Spunky? He's out behind this, healing himself, because he's so far away from his healer. That's been the trend so far, and one of the biggest downfalls to WSD in the past is the fact that they do not play as well as a team in a concentralized area as a lot of others do.
And now on the back foot again, Flashpoint just on the full retreat as Cephacloud heads out the front line, forcing the front line to be where they are. Not necessarily around the objective in this fight, but potential overextension, must retreat enough time. We've seen time and time again how Flashpoint will at times put, a lot of time going on here by more Kronos, but they'll specifically let one of their players overextend, let them get picked, and then fall apart as a result. This time around, Cephacloud seems to know where they should stand, where they should be present in this fight without being overextended, and they're doing a good job as again shutting down Creatives, who falls down to the afterburn damage from that Flame Lance.
Bomb King in a different outward position than he needs to be. Ancient Rage being channeled. You can see Spunky is way up front. It actually is forcing the rest of his team to commit with him. That might be actually in their benefit, as now the Grok and Fernando are by themselves on the perspective left side for WASD. Spunky is going to try to get himself an edge. We'll be looking for a pull, but we'll find nothing but a shield. Now Kinetic Burst, will that be enough? Sprint will be enough to get the Fernando back onto the playing field while Spunky cleans up Grok. Coming back through onto the point, though, it is numbers as Modestina is putting that rifle into effect. Spunky finding a second kill, looking for a third, but Bomb King will take that one away. 25 seconds till overtime, and the zone might just be good enough, as it will, in fact, be. The push is successful. WSD tying it up 3-3.
And that was phenomenal play from WASD Sports. I love what Spunky actually did with the ledge play there, able to get up, forced the Fernando to keep their shield facing towards Makoa to ensure that both Grok and Makoa did stay alive and weren't pulled off the edge of the map, allows Ash to sneak around the back completely unnoticed, fire the kinetic burst, and whilst Fernando isn't taken off the map, Grok then falls, they've got no protection, Fernando then falls swiftly afterwards as they're pulled back into the fight. WASD working very cohesively as a unit, and they push that through with very little ultimate usage as well.
Yeah, that's a really big point. They're going to have 4 of the 5 available. The Ancient Rage isn't really all that close. Flashpoint will have all 5 by the time that this fight really breaks out. So they will hold a narrow advantage, but still, all it takes is one pull from Spunky, and this positioning can really tilt in favor of WASD. And you can see with the Master Riding, Spunky looked for an early pull, but then went straight to point, knowing what he had in favor of him. The Dread Serpent coming out on the back end of a Dread Serpent, looking for the kills on top. Convergence will make sure we secure Phoenix, so that's a good pick for the side of WASD. Assert dominance in this dark room. Mudastina with the double kill, looking for more as he pushes around the back towards the center portion of the fight. Makoa not able to get a Dredge Hanker there, and with the Dread Zone, it will be enough to allow Fishko to secure that kill as well, but still up to above 50% is WASD.
And Fishko took so long to be able to get a couple of kills online there, and the fight wasn't a part of the big team fight where Dread Serpent was happening. Instead, again, immediate phase fights are being used to try and force this game around, but on the objective, it's a Dome Shield which has been forced so far, trying to get a shutdown. There we go, Enlightenment used to pluck Fishko from the air. Mudastina refunds half of their ultimate charge, and with 173 health left, tries to box out versus Cogcog, but the stuns come in too hot. It's neck and neck on the objective. The fight could go either way at this point. Spunky gets stunned out, tries to stay alive. Ceres keeps them up briefly with Restore Soul, but they fall to its Bittner as the Cauterize does come and impact the game. Unbelievable returns. Will they be enough to hold this objective down? They do manage to get a double kill as Cephicloud falls to the shoulder bash damage as well. 800 of that is nothing to sniff at, but Unbelievable barely staying alive is fragged out by Fishko on the objective, and again, it is neck and neck here.
Yeah, and Spunky with that Master Riding getting to the fight really quickly will go right into that torch room, find Phoenix, pull the barrack in, and help Mudastina clean up more kills. Once again, there's going to be another ultimate barrage right on top of the point. The Enlightenment finds one, but the Dread Serpent mitigates a lot. Ancient Rage in effect. It's going to be Grok trying to get there, not able to get anything off in time, and Cog falls away. It's just up to Phoenix, but he's only one man. What can he do? Nothing, as reeling in the victory is the Makoa. WASD go up 4-3.
Perfect timing there as well from Spunky, demonstrating a bit of a sense of humor right at the end. And key and crucial through that duration of that last point fight is the fact that Creative, to me, felt like they went largely unmitigated, whilst Mudastina was finding a lot of the kills and is sitting at the top of the damage charts with Leon at 140,000. Creatives wasn't hit by the Dread Serpent right at the end there. They weren't shut down. They're able to find damage behind Fernando's shield, then onto Cogcog to be able to take out the support. Just little incremental plays here and there, which should have been noticed, but at that point, it's 99% in overtime in your elimination game. You've got to focus on the objective. Flashpoint played well, but again, as you said earlier, Shift, a few misplays here and there which were thoroughly exploited by WASD where necessary.
And WASD also knowing what they need to do to be successful here in this map, they started focusing Fishko down a lot faster. He only gets up to 97,000 damage in the face of 103, 126 and a half, and 140,000 damage for WASD, and then 134,000 healing. It's just, and even 91,000 damage coming out of Spunky. I mean, it's just too much damage on the board for WASD to deal with. Not a lot of shielding, not enough shielding, and definitely not enough healing to counter out all of those big six-figure numbers.
And you mentioned not enough healing. Cogcog there's a lot of healing on the table for Flashpoint, with its Bittner doing a huge amount on Grok, actually. 84k is striking for a champion which usually hasn't seen this much success, but Cogcog at only 93,000 on Maldamba, running a lot more aggressively than we're used to be seeing, is supplemented by its Bittner, but you wonder how much would have really been achieved if they were running more of a dedicated support heal style and less of this aggressive stun setup. But again, shoulda, coulda, woulda, a lot of questions left up in the air. It doesn't change the fact that your ESL Paladins Go4 Cup champions for this week, the final qualifier cup, if I'm not mistaken, for the month of July, are WASD Sports, and you can see their name on your screen in all their glory. We'll have updated standings for you available via the ESL Play site very shortly, and if you're interested in getting involved with the ESL Paladins Go4 Cups, then you can check out esl.pm/Paladins ESL to find out details on how to sign up. We also recommend that you keep your eyes on paladinsworld.com and at Paladins Pro to find out more information about the Paladins Global Series as and when that is released. We'll have details about the signups and how to get yourself involved with more community tournaments available there with cash prizing. So, as we've said, keep your eyes peeled and stay tuned for more info. And that about brings us to a close shift. It's been a bit of a grueling day. We've had server issues and we've had delays and disqualifications to boot, but we've managed to reach the end, and WASD a well-deserved victory to close things out. If you're interested in following on with ourselves, with what we're doing outside of potentially the esports world, which you see on the streams and on screens, you can find myself on Twitter at HighResVox and at iHoldShift for none other than iHoldShift. And we recommend checking into also that Sunken City webcast, which he does every single Monday if you're interested in maybe more discussion-based shows about the Paladins competitive scene. But again, folks, that does bring us to a close. We thank you very much for tuning in. If you haven't already, make sure you keep your eyes on the giveaway link for a Tyra Direwolf skin, which Moobot has been pushing out throughout the duration of this broadcast. And from everybody here at ESL Paladins, we will see you all back again next time.